catching y'all on a technically early Sunday morning. You're catching this on playback, as always. Peace and my gratitude for those who take the time out to catch these on playback if you miss it. Was out earlier, getting some things done. Personal life, came back home and got locked in, as I said I would. Well, first I went to the gym and then before I came home, did some running around, did some errands and stuff like that. But when I got home, got a post workout meal, two workout meals in, by the way, but got locked in, as I said I would. As to why I'm doing this live late, later than usual. Peace, OG Kicks. I wasn't going to come on today, but needed to take a break from writing this book. I'm 3 chapters in already. already already written in. And that's one of the things I wanted to, kind of go into is getting locked in. Concentration, the focus, being a man of your word, really setting out goals and intentions. Bestseller on the way. Facts. Hey, OG Kicks. I mean, right now on my side is just me and you in here, right? OG Kicks, brother. Films list. Well, the numbers say one thing, but then there's other people saying what's up or whatever case may be. But peace to you, films list. Hey, listen, OG Kicks. I'm on chapter 4. I finished chapter 3 before I stopped. I had to stop, bro, because that's one thing about being in the flow as a writer. Once when that pencil gets going, that pen gets going, and you able to overcome writer's block or just get in the flow of writing, it don't stop. Everything just starts clicking, the brain starts going, and then yeah, the thoughts just get is now you just in the flow. So I got a couple days to really get this done. Um, the chosen one, peace, brother. How you? Steven says, much love from Albuquerque. Shouts out to Albuquerque. And Charles Johnson says, hi, peace. I'm sorry to hear that, Charles Johnson, about your loss of your mother when you was 4, man. Condolences. I don't know how old you are, but obviously, you know what I mean, condolences. And that could be pretty tough, man. Lose your mother young, not growing up with your biological mother to raise you, nurture you, spend that time with you and stuff like that. So, my heart goes out to you, brother. Once again, and getting into that flow state, and already OG Kicks gems. And I don't mean to say it because it's me writing it, but even when you start to look at your own work and you realize some of the things that you have had car compartmentalized in your brain, and you just start getting that flow state and writing things down, you tend to shock yourself in the mix. So man, it's uh it's on the way for sure. On my side, where I'm at in Pennsylvania, we got some more snow coming for the next 2 days, actually, tomorrow and Monday. So I'm gonna be home. I'm gonna be in the house. Get a little home workout in, do some cleaning, doing some adjustment in the crib. But once when I get locked back in, I got chapter 4 geared up, ready to go. I'm ready to write it right now, but I figured I'll come on live, give myself a break, and space out the upcoming days ahead to give me something to do. I got some things, I got work to do, so it's kind of a blessing that how the universe works, right? It's going to force me to have to stay in from the hazardous conditions that's going to be out there. But yeah, I got work to do. Um, what crossed my mind earlier was how many chapters am I going to make this book? And thought came through, like, don't even worry about it, bro. Just keep writing until you'll know what it looks like when it's finished. So yeah, man, next couple days, I'm glad I got started today when I said I would. I'm glad I'm able to take a break, no pressure. But once again, man, I'm a type to get things done for real, for real. The chosen one says, I'm great. No more urges at the moment. That's great, brother. Um, that's great to hear, man. And I know those urges, the temptations, those thoughts, those emotions can get to you for the moment. Then when you're able to overcome them, man, you feel much better at the end, man, because you feel accomplished, that you accomplished something for real. It's a battle within yourself. So when you have able to uh, tap into self and control yourself and control those emotions, man, I can only imagine. Well, I can't imagine, but the individual, you dealing with that, I know it's a great feeling. And chosen when I was going to respond back to you through the email, I seen that you had sent me another email, reaching out, and I read it, but it was kind of like a open ended email where I could have responded. I didn't need, what I mean, didn't need to, but I was going to respond. But I'm in the process of writing a book, so when I got home, um, I just quieted everything, really sat with myself, processed everything, and I really wanted to start writing this book. So that's what I was doing at the moment. But once again, brother, I'm glad that you reached out and ever want to talk, bro. Set up something, reach out, whatever case may be. If it gets too much, but you got a brother in arms. Always tell people, especially on that semen retention journey, struggling with anything, you need somebody to talk to because it could be very isolating on that journey. You could feel like you got nothing in common with people. Uh, you could feel lonely at times, living a lifestyle or choosing a lifestyle. But understand you got a brother in arms, bro. Todd Fleming says hi. Peace. Peace to you, Todd. Hangman says, how do I do taxes? It's easy nowadays. You could go on TurboTax and take a picture of your taxes, and it'll do it all for you. It'll upload it straight away, and it's pretty easy to read the boxes of what you need to input and stuff like that. And if you got anything extra going on, as far as write-offs, if you own a business, anything like that, get that done. Or you can shoot me an email and I could do them for you and I'll charge you. I'll be willing to do your taxes for you. I'll charge a fee or whatever and get it done for you. If you want to go that route, you asking me. But all seriousness, you go on TurboTax, take a picture of your W-2s, and it'll do all the work for you or upload it for you. But you just have to pay attention to, just proofread everything. Double check everything. You could do them yourself. But once again, if you need help, um, I'm here. I'll help you out. Chosen Queen says hi, peace. Locking in is the title of this live stream. And whoever you are out there, me, I'm in the process of writing a book. I was inspired to get on my horse and really get it done. One, because I have a little following, and as I mentioned, a couple things, people been like, man, I seen that the people that who support me are willing to support me in the book when it comes out, and they have expectations and stuff like that. And I appreciate that from the bottom of my heart. But what really puts a fire in my belly is when someone tells me that I can't do something. And that's what really, really motivates me, because I could read in between the lines of what people are actually saying. And a lot of people feel like you, or may feel like you, aren't capable of achieving certain things. Maybe it's because of your look, how you carry yourself, or me being on the internet. They might see me as an internet personality, just talking, or whatever the case may be. But I come from a background of put up or shut up. And I love naysayers. I love people who underestimate me, because that's what truly, truly motivates me. I need that hate so I can use that hate for your energy. It gives an extra boost, you know? D Ski says, Unc, how to beat lust? Great question, D Ski. Zon, what's good, brother? Hey, Zon, bro, I was just telling people 3 chapters in already. 3 chapters in already. I had to take a break. I wasn't going to come on live tonight. I was going to keep on. I got in the flow, just started going. Look, notebook right here, intro and everything. Chapter 4, chapter 4 on deck. Dead serious. No cap in my rap. Yeah, yeah. I was telling people I'm basically be in the house, or not as mobile, or I don't need to be as mobile. I got everything I need in the crib. Um got a snowstorm coming over the next couple days, so I'm be in the house. So I took a break for the night, spacing out my time uh, uh to get this book done. I should be done by Monday for real. At the pace that I'm going, I should be done by Monday. But D Ski is asking how to beat lust. The first thing you got to do, brother, is shift your focus. Get control over your mind, over your thoughts in specific, and channel those thoughts. Whatever you are thinking about. As a man thinketh, so is he. So whatever you're thinking about, whatever is going on in your mind, you need to shift. You need to, and what I mean by shifting is that you need to detach from those thoughts. Think about something else. Distract yourself from those thoughts, from those lustful ways, because it's going on up here. So once when you are able to detach from those thoughts, then you'll find yourself focusing on something else. Now, when you're dealing with the feelings of that lust, urges, or whatever the case may be, you have to embrace that energy, and then also do the same thing, shift out of that energy. It all has to do with the mind, ultimately. All right. But once when you are mentally able to control your thoughts, you are able to shift your thoughts, you're able to detach from those thoughts, then you'll start the process of beating lust, because you'll channel ultimately your thoughts, that energy, to something else. Don't let the lust consume you. Detach, and let whatever else is distracting you from those lustful thoughts, let that consume you. Always be on a positive vibration. And Jesse Pena, I don't know what type of bacon you're talking about, but that sounds all right. What type of bagel, Jesse Pena? Because that matters too. That's a crazy combination. I typically like my bagels, um, just cream cheese. I don't do bacon. I'll put smoked salmon on it, but I wouldn't do that with jelly. If I do toasted bagel with cream cheese and jelly, that's it. I'm not putting anything else on it. It's just cream cheese and jelly on my bagel. But I typically like my bagel with um, cream cheese and smoked salmon. Mama Boo, peace, love. How's everything tonight? Octavia Star says, "This is my problem." What's the matter? What's the problem? Tell me the problem and we can come to a solution. How do you, if your detachment and ignoring is not repossession? What? And that it'll come out in ugly ways. Um, God in the flesh one. Um, your question is kind of distorted a little bit. How do you, if your detachment? How do you know if your detachment and your ignoring is not repossession? Only that person will truly know what it is when they go through that process of when they detach. You have to separate first. See, what you're doing is overthinking the process. It's a process. If you detach and you are ignoring a problem or ignoring the issue, then only you will truly know, right? And with your actions, when I said earlier, thoughts become things, you know right from wrong. You know your own ways, beautiful or ugly. So it's by a process of elimination. That's why we live life. Everything that we do isn't going to be perfect. So if you go through the process and it comes out in an ugly way, then you know you have something to learn from and do it the other way. But you must detach first, separate yourself from whatever thoughts you are having, and then you'll be able to know what it is. That's it. Marvin says, God bless. God bless you too, bro. And Octavia Star says, gross. What's gross? I don't really are you saying his combination is gross or the combination I was saying? That guy, Lily, great advice a minute ago. I appreciate that, man. You say you have Octavia says they have SOCD. I don't know what that is. Can you spell that out for me? Is it weird that I haven't ate breakfast in a long time? I've only eaten once a day. No, it's not weird. Your body may be going through a certain change. Sometimes it's necessary to give your digestive system a break to catch up or to go through a process of only eating one time a day, not eating so much or being overused or overworked. Your body lets you know what it needs and what it wants at certain times. So it's not weird. You're just going through a process. Some people may just believe, yo, there's something wrong with me, but sometimes it could be spiritual for real, bro. Pig says, how's your day going? Great, brother. Everything's going great. Divine F Empress says, world. Divine F Empress, peace. Saul Jones, peace to you. Peace to all the sisters in here. Love. And Octavia Star says his is pretty, it is what it is. I ain't judging, but I wouldn't eat that. I wouldn't say gross is pretty rude. That's why I don't say gross. I just say, that combination is I wouldn't do that. And he said, "You're welcome." Like he was telling me something so profound. Like I'm gonna go do it. Nah, I'm good. I'm good on that. I got my own uh type of bagel combination that I typically enjoy. I was never able to explain why I said I would never date a cheater. I had a boyfriend when I was young. He wasn't hyper macho. After a year, I broke up with him. Then this guy 10 years older started trying to get at me. We dated, and he invited friend over and set up a camera. I had just turned 19 the week before. After about 30 minutes, I went to the bathroom. When I came out, there was my ex-boyfriend. Let me do that come after me to hurt my ex. That was the worst feeling in my life. Damn. Yeah, that's kind of yeah. They try to humiliate you. It seems like, but yeah. Says I was innocent. Yeah, yeah, I can understand that. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. That was crazy. Yeah, that's weirdo activity, man. Um, I don't got no explanation for that. That's just weird. Like, but and kept asking me. Yeah. Um. Yeah. It seems. Yeah. Narciss. I was gonna say that too. It seemed like he tried to really cause like a bad break between you two. Like if it ended. Yeah, the dude definitely was a narcissist. Yeah. If it he wanted to see that relationship like not be rekindled again whatsoever. Now, whatever his reason was is weird to be involved in other people's relationships into other people's business to the point where destroying other people's relationships. Misery loves company, and it's just sad out here that some people just like to see people hurt like that. You know, G-Tube says I'm overwhelmed. What's going on? What's the matter? He said he did it because my ex would brag. Um, Yeah, he seen him as weak. If he was soft spoken, he mistake that. He took that for a weakness. Um, it seemed like there's maybe some jealousy also in there that your ex was with you, so the bragging didn't help. So Jones says some do shit because they want to see you hurt. You getting hurt gives people pleasure. Yeah. Um, and yeah, that bragging it doesn't help. Um, and with personalities like that, some people they envy the other person. They want what the other person want, and if they can't get it, they rather see it ruined. Sad reality. I saw him years later at back. Goodness, explained at my big age. I wish I would have stayed with that ex. Yeah, that happens. We think about past relationships and how we could have handled things better. Polish. I appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, once again, when I hear females, um, part of being a woman and wanting to be loved for ourselves has to be loving men for who they are. Um, yeah, when I come across women who say they don't date cheaters or they wouldn't date a cheater, once again, I don't take it personal, right? Because for one, I don't. That's beyond me, and that's a past endeavor, right? And I have my own thought process on that and how I have grown from that. One thing I won't do is lie, because if you ask me that question as a female and we're talking, you ask me if I've cheated before, and you ask me that, and then I lie and say, no, I never cheated before, you're going to know that I'm lying. Soft spoken man is still a man. Yeah, no, that's for sure. I'm not saying that it's not a man. A soft spoken man is still a man for sure, but people can mistake that for weakness. You know that saying how nice guys finish last, and typically a lot of females nowadays, uh they treat nice guys a certain way. Still a man, but it's the treatment that soft spoken guy gets treated. The soft spoken guy still gets tested to see what is it going to take to raise his voice. Test is still going to happen. So yeah, soft spoken man is still a man for sure. So you don't cheat anymore? No, there's no need to. There's no need to cheat. That's where people get tripped up. I respect your viz, bro. Quality content. So I appreciate that. Steven, retention, man. Shouts out to you. I appreciate that. Octavia Star says, bad ones. Mm, my dad is African Nigerian. I've never met a soft spoken Nigerian man. And men's lives are tough. Yep. So your dad fought in the Benin Wars. In the past, why did you feel the need to cheat? Um, once again, I was young, immature, and not really in the true capacity to be in a relationship. I used to cheat as well, and then I woke up, cleaned up, and have been on retention in my spiritual journey. The chosen one, same here, bro. A lot of spiritual cleansing, a lot of not lying to myself. And Robin Garrison says so. Peace. Peace, Robin Garrison. Once when you have done things in your life to want to shape up and do better for yourself and not have to look over my shoulder, not have to hide my phone, not have to put my phone face down just in case someone else hits me up and I'm around my person that I told that you are the one that I want to be with. It's a certain way a cheater moves where it's too much work and you get tired of playing that stupid ass game. I'd rather be upfront, let you know straight up what it is. It's easier that way for everybody instead of playing hide and go seek. It's that scene in Baby Boy where bro goes, I'm creeping around the house like a little boy around his baby mother, and he's living in the house with his baby mother and the baby mother's moms, and he's expressing himself like, I feel like a little boy in the house because he wasn't cheating, but like he was out of work or whatever case may be, and he just felt like he had to move a certain way. You're not truly moving as a man if you're hiding from a woman. You being, sneaky and stuff like that. Because that's the lifestyle that you end up living as a cheater. I don't gotta sneak. It's no it's no sneaking with me. Ahim says cheating is a part of life. Yeah, for cheaters. If you were a cheater, yeah. It's crazy. I just said that before I seen a comment. It's a lifestyle as a cheater that you have to live. I had a crazy sinus problem, like my nose was stuffed up ass, smacked my nose with a heavy pallet at work yesterday. Damn, by mistake, and it instantly cleared up. That's why I was shocked. Yeah, that thing woke those sinuses right up. I think the star says real, yeah. Sun gaze if you want to fix your sinus and remove carpets from your home. That's great advice right there. Yep. All lies are too much work. Yeah. All those lies, you have to keep account for those lies. It's like the dope game. No looking over your shoulder. Exactly, the chosen one. Looking over your shoulders is all in the sake of manipulating someone to be in a relationship with you just to keep them there. And your heart truly isn't in it. It's not even that deep. Just say, I don't want to be exclusive, and they rock with it fine. If they don't, fine. Yeah, that's all it really comes down to. It was the same feeling as getting punched in the nose. My nose is still sore, but my airways is actually clear. That's funny, so yeah, sometimes you need that little knock over the head to readjust things. Real men speak up, and either you rock with it or you don't. Yeah, and then it's better to be transparent, and then you let the female that you're dealing with make the choice to deal with you or not. Dr. Studios YT asks, favorite cheese. Somebody asked me that the other day. I still, I don't know, bro. um, I had some Kobe Jack cheese tonight. I had damn, excuse me. So as I was about to talk about the food that I had, I just burped. I had stuffed peppers tonight. I had some Kobe Jack cheese on that. So that was the cheese for tonight. Tonight, my favorite cheese is Kobe Jack. I don't like drama. I'm a front. It's not even that deep. Yeah, and that's another thing too, like avoiding drama. It's less drama to deal with. I'm a peaceful person. Um, Once again, in this part of my life, dealing with less drama, not having to argue about anything that serious. Like you're saying, it's not that deep. So to put myself in a situation that may cause drama, I'll be asking for it. So, you know, like, damn man, get into high stakes sales. Please get paid. Black as the ace of spades for real. Proud to be, brother. I'm going cougar hunting soon. So that's the piece, man. What I don't like is how men say one thing and then get you alone, and they are pushing for the panties. I told you no before you came over. Guys with a certain perception or mind, they feel like once when they gain access to one part, um, they can try. A lot of guys don't know how to read the room, or a lot of guys just be bullshit for real. They'll say, like you said, they'll say one thing, and do the other just to get close. If you're in a relationship, would you be okay with celibacy until marriage? Um, no, I wouldn't. If I was in a relationship now, I would not be okay with celibacy till marriage. That's just me personally. Um, I'm not a sex fiend or anything. I'm still on a practice and in my lifestyle of semen retention. So there will be stints where, right? um, so there will be stints where we wouldn't be having sex like that, and I'll be transparent about that too. Like, listen, I'm about to take this 30-day run of where I'm not doing anything, or I need 3 months because there's certain things I need to get achieved. So, yeah, that's just the type of time I'm on right now. But if I'm in a relationship and we start getting touchy feely with each other, it's gonna go down. Or not that it's going to go down, but excuse me, I'm going to be expecting that need to be met in a relationship. If I'm being honest, John Abney says, "Don't fight, run from lust. Get away from the situation." Agreed. F Empress says, "Try Fontina cheese." Yeah, I never had that. I'll try that out. Song Jones says, "Are you dating?" No, no, I'm not. Octavius Star says, "Men push. This tells them how good you are at saying no. They want to know, hold the line when they aren't in front of them." Some guys, some gu- some guys aren't really thinking about that. To be honest, um, there's a slight few that'll push the line to see how far you go, and most guys ain't really trying to hear that shit. They see a way in. We think of the terms of sports, and in particular baseball. First base, second base, third base, home plate. So in our minds, we'll test you. We get to first base. All right, I'll try to steal second. Dig what I'm saying? This ain't no. I'm gonna see if I can get. No, I'm gonna try to steal second if I can. See when your defenses is low and guard is down. We out, had a couple drinks. We come back. All right, I'm in. Let me see if I can steal second, because we think you forgot about you holding that line. Nah, I got a little hit. I got the first. Let me see if I could steal second. If I could come around third, I'm gonna try. Guys gonna try and try to coerce you into sex when you're alone, and that's not cool. Facts. That's facts. I would be best love experiences. I've had dated a guy 9 months before we did it. Country boy outdoor says, if you were in a relationship and then found out that she was a P star, what would you do? Brother, I would end the relationship, bro. That's it. We're done. Are you currently using the chin for the scale? Yeah, that's funny. As a wife, you can run, but you can't. But relationship, just go to the Bible, God, or whatever you believe in. The man, the woman. children, nothing else. And yes, Stephen retention. I was gonna bring that up too. There is a such thing as ejaculatory sex, right? But I've also talked about this before, Stephen retention, about females feeling some type of way when their man doesn't finish, when their man doesn't release. It can be a an ego thing with women. If they can't make their men release, they'll think something's wrong with them, their stuff not that good. So it's not necessarily us, doing it to hold on to our seed. It has to come with open conversation like we're having right now, and an understanding of why we're holding on to our semen. If you just go in there and not release it, she's going to think, yo, is it me? Is it, you know what I mean? So everything has to be transparent in that sense. But yes, you could be in a relationship, have sex, and not release. But what Song Jones was saying was ultimate celibacy all the way through, like no sex. What I'm saying is ejaculatory, non-ejaculatory sex, it don't matter. With me, I know how to control mine. Once again, pelvic exercises, guys, is very important if you're trying to have that type of control down there where you don't release while having sex, non-ejaculatory sex. It takes practice, but also pelvic exercises help as well. Um, but in a relationship, you know, it's gonna come up. Once we together, I need at least 5 days a week minimum. Damn, divine members. I mean, if they don't actually care, then yeah, of course they don't. Yeah. Uh, yeah, funny. Ladies is funny in here tonight. I would have. Yeah, ghoster, right? Yeah, nah, it's done at that point. No, no P stars. We can't. We're not doing that. I would have bought. Yeah, right. Yeah. I was a wife. If we are together, I'm yours. You're my. Period. Listen, not release. Or like, can I post a picture of me doing pelvic exercises? Maybe, maybe in the near future. My ex-husband did all that, and I'll be like, "How is he pop commercial?" Maria says, "Actually, we think something is wrong with the guy, not us. However, some women do feel like it's them." Well, in this sense, so I'm talking a from the standpoint of a guy that's on semen retention and that's trying to um, conserve themselves in releasing. Guys who have that problem not releasing, that's an underlying issue all in itself. You get what I'm saying? So I understand what you're saying, Maria. If you think that something may be wrong with him, um, but guys on semen retention, yeah, guys on semen retention, we're doing it on purpose. Some guys who don't, can't, whatever the case may be, something else may be going on. Um, but the reason why I practice certain pelvic not certain pelvic exercises, but the reason why I do my pelvic exercises is one, it helps you last longer for real, for real. And that's what semen retention does as well. So once you're able to control yourself, you're able to last longer in bed as well. So that's why it comes down to a point also of when you are able to practice and control it for real, um, you can have non-ejaculatory sex. But ultimately, it actually does help you last longer in the bed and go and go multiple rounds. And Song Jones, she's calling me T based off of my nickname that's on YouTube, T.S.G. What you look for in a woman, T? Uh, Intellect for sure. Got to be right upstairs mentally. Two is natural attraction. Um, I'm not a vain person, and I don't want to seem like I'm be upfront. Like you don't have to be the most beautiful woman, right? Like as far as like looks, you know what I'm saying? Um, but you do have to have some attractiveness to you, you know. But what is going to get me up really is your intellect, and then some physical attributes, you know. But I look for intellect, for real, because let's be real, there's a lot of beautiful women out here, all races, all colors, shapes, sizes. But until you open your mouth, that attractiveness to me can go straight out the window. Not attracted to you anymore. Guys who drink have that problem. Yeah, that is a problem with guys that have a problem drinking. Facts, people who can't, don't retain, don't understand the extreme benefits of semen retention. Yeah, there's more that goes into it, Steve, retention for sure. But it's a great benefit to have because the stamina, you actually build up your stamina. All that testosterone you have built up over time, whether you go through flatline or whatever case may be, you are able to really harness true masculine power physically by retaining like that. Big Bagel says he drinks his own semen to regain his strength. Is that okay? Whatever floats your boat, bro. If that helps you, um, I'd rather just conserve mine inside my body. Um, the bond the bond says, don't post pelvic stuff, soft core porn. There's this machine in the gym that really helps with that. That's what I was gonna post. My ex-husband stopped mid 3 p.m. Man, why do they do that? What is the reason? Is it for a rainy day? What? What do you mean by that, Maria? Why do they dude, I would love to live in Tibetan monastery and train for like 6 months. I'm pretty sure I spelled that wrong. How what words? I know what you mean. I'll tell you a star. I saw that during that thing. Yeah, you should get it, G2. 100% about lasting longer, like 4 hours easily. Damn. Steve Retention says 4 hours. And Big Bagel says smart woman is scary. I like a dummy. I don't like no dummy, bro. But I get what you're saying. A dummy is easy to manipulate. I'm not into those type of games no more. But a dummy is also dangerous as well. That's why I say, intellect. Intellect is very attractive. And Song Jones says, would you date a science teacher? Yeah, I'll date a science teacher. I wouldn't put someone's profession as a stipulation. Kenya, what's up, Kenya? And shouts out to Kenya. A little bit before I came on, I was on Kenya's stream seeing what she was cooking over there. Shouts out to Kenya. Yeah, my bad. I had to get ready for the stream. I ain't say goodbye to you. I seen you was occupied on your side. Dope channel over that side. I was walking into the grocery store and she talking about some oh hell no. I was walking into the grocery store, this guy, like 6'5", his mouth dropped, stuck watching me. I walk. Man, yo. What if the opposite sex did that? How would you feel? What do you mean, Maria? What if the opposite sex did what exactly? What machine is it at the gym? I go to PF. Um, the chosen one is a machine. It actually wraps around your waist, and the weights you could put weights on it on each side, and like it lays you back. It's a unique machine. I don't, every gym doesn't have it, bro. It's a like a pelvic thrust machine, bro. For real, for real. But it works on like your glutes, um, hamstrings and stuff like that. It's a lift, but it works all that lower body. Bro, that is too long. 4 hours. Yeah, nah, 4 hours is a minute, bro. 4 hours is a long time. But he not joking around though. Like the stamina um is crazy. Dilemma, why did you jury duty? Song Jones says she teaches chemistry. That's what's up. That's what's up, Song Jones. Yeah, your stream was dope. Can you need to behave yourself though? Simon W says, "What's up? Peace, Simon." Mr. Crystal, God bless you too, brother. Stupid people still usually have a low. I mean, that's what makes them dangerous. People don't look for it because they underestimate them. It's funny because guys go dumb around me. It's a turn off. Yeah, you. It sounds like you got some distracting stuff over there. Divine Empress, New Jersey, New York, Bronx, or Brooklyn, Santo, Jersey all day. What you talking about? Brick City, Newark, New Jersey. Born and raised. I'm a bit confused as to why would someone hold back an orgasm. Um, Maria, once again, when men put value on what we call liquid gold, you know that same liquid gold that's strong enough to be implanted in a egg and create another life, that brings us value as a man that holds that semen within us, and it'll help us gear us as to why we call it or it is called life force energy. So that's one of the reasons why someone would hold an orgasm back. It would be it's a benefit to us to hold on to our life force energy. And the chosen one says women don't lose energy after an orgasm, men do. That's a fact. Guys just give me more stuff, new transmissions, cars, yes. Had a roommate pay my rent. Yeah, it must be nice. The five peppers. Wait, that's what there's no accent. I've been down south for a minute. You cash at me. Yeah, that's crazy. Octavia says, I'm a new in wire. He sounds normal to me. Yeah, to the East Coast, I sound very normal. I'm gonna tell you who you look like, then I'm gonna come back. All right, yeah, go ahead, Santo. Tell me who I look like. But yeah, Maria, and this is the thing, we would still get an orgasm. It's just that we wouldn't release when you are at that point. And I mean, it's not a full orgasm. I get what you're saying, but once when we feel that the orgasm coming is a way for us to hold on to that energy and transmute that energy and not release. It's not nice. Much love, Maria. New knowledge for you. Yeah. But these are great questions that Maria is asking for real because there's a misconception or not even it's not much of an understanding. A lot of things about semen retention is misunderstood. And that's why I was saying before, the chosen one too, and everybody else, like not being transparent on why you are doing the things that you are doing if you're having non-ejaculatory sex, if you are in a relationship, or if you are sexually active and you're on semen retention and you're doing the things that you're doing, and the person that you are doing it with isn't understanding what the hell is going on. And Theo Mitchell, peace to you, man. If you're new here, I appreciate you for being here. Octavia Star. Uh, I'm kind of reluctant to speak on what I do for a living because I have watchers. I have let me put it like this, right? Let's get spiritual for a minute. I have monitoring spirits on this internet. I don't know who. Well, I have people who watch me from the shadows. So, not to be rude to you or put too much out there about myself, but I tend to mind my business, right? And I don't want everybody in my business like that for the most part. I share every now and then certain endeavors that I've done in the past, but I'm more reluctant to do that now because I have monitoring spirits, and I hope that you can respect that. But yeah, yeah, you told me that before. Divine Empress, the chosen one says, "Men live longer and look better and become more natural to the world." in its order, the chosen one. It's crazy that you just said that because if you look, well, I know I got to catch up to the chat, but the Viaf Empress before had told me this before in another live, but she said that she sent her ex was used to send her ex-husband to the ICU, intensive care unit, because of multiple orgasms. When you retain your seed and you are able to control yourself in that manner, men are able to live longer because we aren't giving away our energy. We are literally killing ourselves. It's a slow death the more that we release. We become more dull. We become more dormant. We just become like living zombies. Divine masculine and feminine whole, retaining as a male and female. Please don't put your personal business out. Yeah, nah. That's what I'm saying, Mama Boo. I tend to not put everything out there as much. You got pocket watchers, you know? I'm a YouTube personality. I do YouTube content. But yeah, it's yeah. I got people that watch. I got spies. I just wanted to hear his perspective. Everyone has a twist to it. I feel the same about myself. I'm not. Yes, Divine F Empress. For sure, higher calling. But yeah, yeah. It depends, and if her desire to pour into you, then the life energy is not lost. Yeah, no, that's I'm not saying totally in the aspect of like you know, that is a loss when the energy is reciprocated for sure, for sure. Yes, it's a benefit. But for our physical body though, if you do your research, right? And I have content about this, women live longer than men, a vast scale. It's all across the board. It's for a reason, all right? And it's not just because of women, but it's also because men, a lot of men have an attachment to pornography. And that part of releasing is a detriment to men as well. So it's not just, having sex with women and we losing energy like that and whatever case may be. That's just a small part of it. The pornography addiction is very big. And when we are releasing now at a point where some guys are having field days with themselves, right? It's a tough task. So men have to be very careful with not just releasing with women, but when they are releasing and taking matters into their own hands, because now they are, you know what I mean? I don't want to get too graphic or go too much in depth with that, but men are also, like I said, it's a slow death. And with that, it is basically, you know, self mutilation at that point. And, Maria, you retracted some statements. One of them I seen, you said, how tall was I? I'm 5'8". What do you do? Oh, someone, bro's gonna ask the same question again. All right. Agree with you, T. They don't need to know everything. Yeah. URH, yeah, man. I'm here again. Peace to you, man. Thank you for being here. Yeah, I'm 5'8", Maria. And you said your ex aged exceptionally poorly after you left him. Yeah. I mean, and I'm in Pennsylvania. I've relocated to Pennsylvania. And Stephen Retention says most men face depression because they got sold a lie. Um, I mean, Stephen Retention, I want to say all that. In men in marriage, watch porn more and have sex with the wife. Those aren't all facts, Stephen Retention. And that's coming from a divorced man. I've been married, and I'm divorced. Um, and before my marriage, I stopped watching porn. I actually came across semen retention while I was still married. Um, so every situation is different, but a lot of guys do. Um, that's why when I say when you go on semen retention, it's very important to be transparent about what you are doing, because even in your transparency, it can still be taken another way. But you just have to, once when you're on the journey for yourself and you're on a spiritual path, you can't let anything or anyone deter you. It could be the person you sleeping right next to, and I'll leave it at that. My ex-husband grew so much that when he reconnected with his distant family, they said he was talking white. That was crazy. We got beats on YouTube telling stories of where we come from. So whenever you want to check it out, you Hard Luck Productions. Hard Luck Productions, man. Shouts out to you. Yeah, I don't like that either, Octavia. Educated and well spoken isn't a race. I hate when black people say that to each other. Maria says she calls some men vampires. Yeah, shit. And corn is meant to make the male effeminate. I agree. And it's also to, of course, drain you of your energy. And then in a spiritual realm, that energy is going somewhere. It's feeding into the beast. Maria says, I've been divorced over 23 years and free. They guys tell me I like your energy. It feels good. I cut them off immediately. Yeah, I was married before. Yeah, I think that all people have the potential for energy vampires. Yeah, I was going to say that, Octavia. Male and females is all vampires out here. Gender. Vampirism doesn't not exclusive to one gender, but from your experience and your perspective, you're going to deal with more men, so Ray says, "Don't kiss you." That's great. This is a family was ghetto. Both my parents have PhDs and are black. And Maria says, I've been single by choice for 15 years. Black Fox says, word, single life is good. Men like the energy of confident, attractive women. In fact, single life is awesome. It's the best time to burn karma and grow. The single life, you get to really tap into self. Do the things that you like without having to worry about pleasing or appeasing to a partner. You get to be yourself truly in your own right. And if you find divinity within that, you get to be more connected divinely in your divine right. You really tap in. The chosen one says men like submissive feminine women if he's masculine. Yes. Just be with God and have a peaceful, quiet home. Yeah, peace. A lot of men love peace as well. As a single man, I'm speaking from a single man standpoint. Um, as well as the females. I'm not saying females don't like their peace as well, but being single overall, you find yourself more drama free from things. Um, and once again, you just get to find out more about yourself, self discovery for real, and you get to attend to the things, goals, aspirations that you might not have gotten to in that time of being single. So you see life differently. Yeah. If you have been codependent, it teaches you to be more independent. As a confident woman, I am submissive to my man, but not all men. Yeah, as you should, Divine Empress. A lot of men ask for women to be submissive, but I always challenge my guys. Do you have something for these women to actually to submit to? And submission and submitting doesn't mean they just bow down and do whatever you say because you're a man. Are you actually about something? That's why I challenge the men. Are you actually about that life to say that you are the man that a woman should be submitting to, or are you just saying it because that's what a woman should do? No, 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 brothers. You gotta have it right first before you have anyone being under your wing, under your tutelage as a man, for real, for real. That's why it's key for men to be single for real. Really work on yourselves to have something to offer for real, for a woman to truly submit to. And then it's supposed to be on her for real, her to make that choice. You're supposed to lead as a man, and then she'll follow. Women of value, don't just submit to any male because he has. If you aren't yourself with a person, then you're with the wrong person. I want a mofo that is my person and vice versa. I feel like you're the right person, you can do all that. Confident doesn't mean aggression, arrogance. That's deep intention. And Maria, yes. I agree. And that's why Maria says and they use that word loosely. Yes, it is loosely used. So that's why I always put that out there for my brothers. Be careful using that word around women and with women because they'll check you. Are you really like that? I've seen it. I've heard it. So I encourage my guys before you start talking that submission talk about what women should be doing, make sure you have your shit in order for real before you start talking that talk. I've seen and this is why I say this, right? I've seen guys use Bible references. They go to Proverbs and say, how women are supposed to be. And Sherry, hello from Tennessee. Shouts out to Tennessee. I've seen women, I've seen guys use, Bible references of how women are supposed to be and wives submit to your husbands and X, Y, and Z. Let's not do that. Let's not use what scripture you want to use to benefit you and you not truly right. So that's why I like to challenge my brothers before you even try to bring God into it. Say what women are supposed to be doing. What are you supposed to be doing as a man? And have you done it? To be put in a position for a woman to submit to you like that, in that capacity. It's accountability. I love to hold my brothers accountable for themselves and their actions first before we even open our mouths up and talk about the next. Because a lot of guys behind closed doors, yeah, man, try hard with me and don't realize true confidence is evident in a man. His life tells it. And Sherry, I'm doing great. I'm doing great tonight. Maria said, "Yo, yeah, yeah. I mean, once again, this 100%. I let the truth lie where it lies. You know what I mean? Some guys they have disagreed with me. There's been women sometimes that have disagreed with me because of things I've said, but you can't negate certain truths. Luke 19:21, the chosen one says, they always skip men love your wives, life Christ loves the church. Yep. Jesus wanted to say to everyone, glad we are gathered here. We are in alignment. Are in alignment. Much love. So far, so good. Yeah, man. Jordan Peterson says that both sexes should ask themselves what they can do to make them a better male instead of asking what a mate can do for you. Yeah, looking in the mirror and analyze yourself for real. 9 times out of 10, if someone is jumping on how and who you should act like, they are a narcissist. That just wants to control and manipulate. Yeah, I believe that too, Black Fox. And Divine F Empress says Ephesians 5:21. Derek Bentley. Peace, man. Everything's going great tonight, man. Ephesians 25:21, Divine F Emperor says, submit to one another out of reverence for Christ. It's a great verse. What astrological sign are you? How do you feel about the Bible teachings concerning astrology and fortune telling? My astrology sign, the Cancer, and any any astrology that comes down to talk about energy, knowing yourself, knowing your energy, how you align with certain characteristics, aspects of yourself. Uh, I feel it does. I feel it does play a part in your life cycle, things like that. Now, fortune telling can get tricky because I feel like if you look too far in the future, you can you're manipulating things. And some things are supposed to be left as a mystery. You're supposed to walk through life with a certain amount of knowledge and knowing certain things until you get to a certain point. Life is supposed to teach you certain lessons, and I feel like if you try to jump too far ahead, there will be consequences to pay in fortune telling. You won't be blessed, or you won't get blessed by the universe the proper way if you keep on jumping ahead of the universe in its process, in its natural order, how things are supposed to work out. A little peek every now and then, if you're granted that type of access, is one thing, if you're guided to it, but I don't feel like the overall use of it should be too much by certain people. Maria, men need to step up and women will follow. Yeah, my ex-wife was Aquarius. I think people just need to be a natural self, and the right people will find their way into your life. Anything outside of that feels performative for me personally. I could dig that, Black Fox. Astrology is really based on what ego magnetic pull on the planet was happening at your birth. As a fact, the universe works in mysterious ways. That Jordan Peterson video crying still cracks me up. Yeah, I know which one you talk about. Hey, if I Cash Bandit says, hey, if you put maple syrup on chicken and let it marinate for 30 minutes, then put it on the grill. Boom. It tastes so good. No other seasons, brother. Just maple syrup, maple chicken. Astrology is more than just sun sign. You need to know all planets. Yes, I agree with that, Stephen Retention. That's what I'm saying. The line, how everything lines up with the sun, um, moon, stars, the days of the week. You go deeper into it, but you know, it is what it is. Hey, let me see. And I wanted to talk a little bit more about fortune telling. Uh, I've never went to a fortune teller. I did at one point think about getting a reading. I was almost led to get a reading, but at the moment, like I actually entertained it. I had a visit from my cousin, and well, not even a visit. My cousin actually called me on the phone. Listen to this, guys. He called me on the phone, but he came to visit me later, months later, actually on my birthday. But he came to, and something spiritual happened too while he came. But he actually spoke to me, called me on the phone, and he told me that he did a reading, and he revealed something to me within his reading about me. I came up in his reading, and what I was going through at the time was everything was normal, everything was going on, but I hold a lot of my personal stuff to myself and not reveal a lot of things. Something came up in his reading and it reassured me that without saying too much that things going on behind the scenes were being accounted for. That basically the universe was taking account of everything, knew exactly what was going on, and that my path would be my path and basically everything would be okay. But knew that I was on a certain path because of reasons I wouldn't understand at the time, but it wasn't something that I was totally responsible for, long story short. But it was just reassurance. And that's why I was saying about fortune telling, like it was done in an indirect way. And whatever it was, or whatever led my cousin to go get that reading and how I came up in that reading, and he was, telling me this. Like I said, the universe will let you know certain things. Sometimes you gotta stick according to that path and just let the universe guide you. Let's talk about the holographic nature of the universe and how your thoughts can shape reality. Stephen Retention. I'll let the people talk. I was just on earlier saying how I'm 3 chapters deep into my book already. And I like to let the people talk on that one because I have my own personal have my own personal writings in my book about that same exact topic, bro. Exercise makes you feel amazing. I've noticed if I skip a day, I feel yeah. A great workout is amazing. For real, for real. If you can't get to it, um, I at least try to take a walk, at least. Get outside. For the next couple days on my side, for the next 2 days it's gonna be snowing, so I won't be able to get out as much, get to the gym. Um, there's like a winter advisory and stuff like that, so I don't know how crazy the roads is gonna be. I still want to go, but I might just keep it chill. But I got this book to finish, so I'm not too mad at it. But I do love the routine that I'm in right now. What do you think about dopamine boosting? Dopamine boosting? I feel like too much dopamine um needs to be a balance. That's how I feel like. Needs to be a certain balance. Black Fox says, bro, totally off topic, but I'm 35 and starting to learn. I'm gonna need eyeglasses soon. There's nothing wrong with that, bro. Nothing wrong with having some glasses. I went to a tarot reader and it was worst decision. Yeah, some people have a good experience, bad. Like sun gaze, it will clear your cataracts. Sun gazing does help. Oh, chosen one, man. I appreciate you for coming through, man. Peace to you. Hope to catch you in the next one. And I'll reach out to you also, man. I'll reply to that email. You probably left already, but bro's been very close to the channel and emailed me on the side about some stuff. I appreciate the chosen one, man. Stay away from tarot readers unless you know what they died. Why I regret opening that door. And people want to know what happened. But I can't even play my video games without getting a headache if I sun gaze right now. I'm cooked. Nah, it'll actually help, bro, Black Fox. Because those video game lights isn't the same as sunlight. And Octavia says, okay, nah, I can't tell y'all about that. Because it's in the book. I'm not gonna read what's in my book that hasn't come out yet. What's the point there'll be no point of you know, some things are supposed to be left to mystery. That's my selling point now, right? I can't reveal of what's actually in the book. All I could tell you is that it's crazy that he brought that up. And it's within the first three chapters. Within the first three chapters of the book already. I speak on that. My ex after my husband was. And Octavia Star says, what was the last book you read? The last book I read is actually right here. Well, I'm not finished with it yet. I stopped reading it, but I was in the process of reading this book right here. I was a couple chapters in with that book, but then I had to start I had to put it down and start writing my own. And Maria, I appreciate you for the sub. Thank you. Yeah, Octavia. A couple lives ago I got challenged or told that I wasn't ever or wasn't going to put out my book because whatever the person's reason was or whatever. Well, I knew the reason why. They took it personal that I didn't want to go on AI and process my book that way, that I actually wanted to do my own literature. And they got upset because their content, I went over to their content and seeing that, their content is, not AI generated, but they use AI to generate their content and stuff like that. So when we started speaking about it and they were trying to tell me I should be using AI, I should be and I said, "Listen, I don't want to take the easy way out. Like I love writing. My favorite subject in school was English. I love literature. So I would like to go back and re reread my notes and process my own book my own way and actually write it because I like literature." And they took offense because I said I don't want to take the easy way out. So I guess, their misconception of me saying that was that they were taking the easy way out of doing their content. They took it personal. That wasn't a personal shot. That was just me challenging myself to not take the easy way out and actually proofreading my work, making sure that there was certain things that I wanted in there. So they got upset, started cussing me out. Then they told me basically, I'm not going to do it anyway. So when people talk to me like that, it puts a different fire in my belly. I like being told that I can't accomplish something because I do exactly the opposite. It gears me because I like to prove people wrong. When someone tells me that I can't do something, I have a very competitive spirit. I come from a sports background. Um, so that reminds me of hearing boos when people are booing you. I like to shut people up. So I had to stop with the reading and actually put in my own work. But The Hidden Power of the Subconscious Mind is the last book I've been reading. Had to rebuild myself. I gotta catch up to the chat, guys. Yeah, I seen that. Divine Empress. He dropping. He thought he was slick with that. And Marie, I'm 38. Life is not the breaths you take, but the moments that takes your breath away. Very nice. Sounds like. And add Isa. He's from Russia. Peace, Russia. Nah, you ain't see me in no movie. Nah, it was, but wasn't intentional. He should have just acknowledged he did take the easy route. You are a writer and not merely a content creator. Big difference. Yeah. No, I was never in the gang, sir. Um, yeah. From what I remember from this person that was on here, I went over. They came on the live before, and I believe they were subscribed. I don't think they're subscribing no more. But anyone who comes through and that has any type of content, um, I support small content creators or just content creators, period, who come across my channel and show support to my channel and stuff like that. So, not that we had like a gained a relationship like that, like we hit each other up offline, but I every time I put out, hey, if you got something going on these YouTube streets, drop your channel. We support each other. It's positive vibes on my side. I just like to share. If you come over here and support me with likes and stuff like that and whatever, I love to support people. So I went over to their channel and I can't really remember what their channel was. Like they were just starting out, but it was AI content. But they told me, that they use it was like an AI podcast or something like that, and they use AI or whatever case may be. Now, I'm not against that. But when it comes down to certain things, and I was saying for myself personally, like I don't want to take the easy route because this is something I actually want to do. I want a new challenge for myself. I don't stray away from challenges. So I know I can go to AI. This is what I was telling the person. I'm like, yeah, I know I can do that, but I rather do this. So it was a little mix of them with their misconception. And then also, I guess me not listening to some people have a problem when they try to give you advice and you don't take it. Like they feel like, I don't know. It's just weird. Like I'm not a stubborn person. Like if it's advice that someone gives me and I truly take heed to it, I'll take heed to it for real. But if I'm telling you the reason why I'm not taking your advice, I'll be willing to sit down with you and tell you, like, listen, in this instance, I'm not willing to take your advice because this is something I actually like doing. I actually like writing. I like writing, making a mistake, and having to erase my work to rewrite it. I want to go through that process. Once again, I'm 38 years old. I'm not in school. I haven't done this in years. And this was something I loved to do when I was in school. I haven't done this in years. So I want to get back into that groove. And now, lo and behold, I just started writing the book today and I'm already 3 chapters in. Because once when I get locked in and get focused on what I actually like to do without being forced to anything like that, I was actually enjoying what I was doing. I just got into a natural flow of just doing what I had to do. So some people won't understand that if you don't. have that recognition about yourself, or if you're not interested in fine arts like that, they don't understand that. It's one thing when people who write, and for writers out there, anyone who know, you know what I mean, who has written literature arts, when you get that writer's block, right? And you just sitting there looking at blank pages or whatever. But then once when something sparks and you go, nothing can stop you at that point but yourself. So I wanted to catch that. I wanted to catch that flow and get into writing. And that's what ended up happening. I didn't get into writer's block. I literally last live said I was going to start this weekend. That's what I did. And I thought it was going to be a little bit of struggle because I haven't did it in so long. I got right into the flow. So it is what it is. And right now at the projection that I'm at, I'll be done by Monday. And yes, the Warriors is like how people want to handcraft the stuff rather than mass produce. And yeah, man, I'm not a follower like that, bro. It's, it's, it's all right. And why would a man want a dumb woman? Listening to a stupid man boast like Nels is a blender to me. Yeah, and I wasn't gonna come on live tonight. That's what I was saying before, a little in the beginning of this live chat, that I really didn't have intentions on coming on tonight, because I thought I would be in the process of still going through this book, writing this book out. Nah, I didn't. I never did pop that enough till. Um, and hold on. Somebody said, "What's your favorite cold cut sandwich?" Man, it all depends on, bro. Um, Turkey and cheese, roast beef, corned beef, right? And VLR says crazy hard, bro. Standing great. Um, and kick it old school ish. And Divine F Emperor says, "Can I be a moderator?" I got you, Divine F. Hold on. Mozzarella cheddar. It all depends on what I'm eating for real. I like cheddar, cheddar better. It was nice chatting with you. All right. Keep smiling. Have a great night. Bye. Peace, Maria. And thank you for stopping through. I thank you for your sub, showing some love. Have a great night. Do you like banana peppers? Yes, I love banana peppers. Check out Big. I ain't got a chance. Check out Big I. You ain't got a chance featuring Nas. And B says I really like Malcolm X. Malcolm is. I'm glad you like Malcolm, man. Have you looked into Wu Wei? It's a concept. Yes, we spoke about that a couple lives ago. It was it's a Japanese Taoism. Taoism. Effortless action and entering the flow state, and your writing is a feeling like no other. Yes. Um, I forget. I'm trying to remember the guy's screen name. I think it was Greg Masters. He's not in here tonight, but he always comes through in these lives or whatever. And he brought up the Wu Wei, and he brought up Alan Watts. That's someone that I've come across on these internet streets as well as someone who talks about certain manifestations and law of attraction and stuff like that. But Alan Watts, um, it's basically long story. I shouldn't say that, but the Japanese and what they and how they practice, they have their Wu Wei. Um, but in short, I should say, it's basically like the law of detachment and just letting, like you're saying, everything flow freely, not putting so much effort and thought into it, just being, just letting everything go. So it's basically like detaching to attach the right way. The book I just finished is Taoism Summarized. Nice. But yes, yeah, I don't like to like put, and that's why I don't do certain things. I don't like to put, because the Wu Wei is its own separate thing, but it has the same concept as like the law of detachment, detaching and letting it attract to you, let things attract to you the right way, so that way it just comes out as unforced basically, and not forcing your way into something. So I know the Tao have their own style of doing things, and then on this other side is we go by certain laws of let go and let God, right? That's what you could sum it up to. But I wanted to, like you're saying, like there's books on Taoism and stuff like that, and how they go about things that I was actually more interested in learning that way, more about that way than just the regular detachment, mastering detachment, stuff like that. Hello from Phoenix, Arizona. How you doing tonight? Peace to Phoenix, Arizona. Shouts out to Phoenix. I'm doing great. What? Letting the towel flow through you and guide you into action. Yes, absolutely. Yep. Symmetria. Peace, sis. How's everything? What's up? If you're feeling alive, make sure to like this. I appreciate you, Divine Empress. And Zon, man, I'm glad you're back. We were just talking about Octavia Star brought up Taoism, and in short, once again, Taoism and the Wu Wei. And Wu Wei is, in short, dealing with the law of detachment. To detach from certain things, to let it attract to you the right way. In a way where when it attracts to you, it becomes more natural than you actually forcing your way into something, or forcing things to be in your reality, just letting the universe work its magic. 6 month monastery stay, amigo. Oh man. Yeah, I don't know about no 6 month monastery stay. And then yeah, I was talking a little bit about the book again. It came up again about the progress that I've made, and I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm kind of torn with the this upcoming snowstorm that's on its way because I've been in the flow with this gym routine, and once when you get back on the routine, I do need a day off. I do need a rest day for real. Um, but I just been in a flow with this routine. I was expected, to go tomorrow, but we have a winter advisory in my area, and not too sure how bad it's going to be. But I don't want to take the chance because in this area, when the roads get slippery and all this other stuff, is very difficult to get around, and I don't want to get stuck out there. The gym for me is a 15-minute drive, which is not bad at all. It's 15 minutes, but the route that I have to take, and I'm in a Pennsylvania area, I'm in a mountain area, so we get hit with snow is real, and the roads, it's very curvy, it's hills and stuff like that. So even with the slightest bit of slow and the way it gets slippery very fast, it happens quick. Once when it's a winter advisory, is best advised to just stay ass home for real. It's not worth it. So what I plan to do is get a little home workout in, maybe do some burpees. I might go for a run. I'm like that. I like the cold air. I like that it gives like a little movie effect, right? Like a Rocky, like Rocky 4 when he fought Ivan Drago. He was working out in the snow. He was going to run in the snow. So I kind of like that. I got some snow gear. I don't have gloves though. That's the only thing I'm missing, but I'll get through it. I ain't gonna run too far if I do go out. And Zahn says, I've learned how to detach myself from people. Some might call it being introverted, but it's really not that good to have a lot of people in your world if it's not beneficial on both ends. Zahn, 100% facts. What Zahn just said is very profound. Zahn, think about this, bro. See, man. You guys will love this book that I got coming out for real, for real. For you guys that are a part of this live, bro, listen to this, right? Sometimes, you know how they say you have a lot of thoughts going on in your head, and you got thoughts going on like a million miles per hour. What if I was to tell you some of those thoughts aren't even really your thoughts? Because of your connection to people, their close proximity, them being in your aura field, sometimes you can pick up on other people's thoughts. You know how when you may come across somebody or call somebody, what I was just thinking about you. Yeah, that part. You know? So what Zahn is saying, detaching from people, certain people, especially people who seem to have drama in their life. It's very important you watch these people and be just awareness all the way around. But Zahn, you're 100% right, bro. What do you think the silence of a man after a breakup affects the woman more than chasing? Firefighter GR says, do you think the silence of a man after a breakup affects the woman more than chasing her? Um, if the woman isn't distracted by another man after the breakup, then yes. If she's entertaining another dude, then she ain't really thinking about you, bro. or thinking about that man. I should say. I know you didn't phrase it like it was about you, but I'm just saying in context. Um, if after a breakup she decides to entertain another guy, then she's showing signs of moving on, even if it may be a tactic to make you jealous or whatever the case may be. It's something distracting her from you actually chasing or being silent. In her mind, it's supposed to make you jealous. Now, if you are just silent and you don't show any emotion to it, any signs of life, now that's something. Now that's going to hurt her because what she's supposed to be doing is supposed to be affecting you. Whether she's making a tactic for you to come chase her or making you jealous, that silence, yes, it does hurt. But it only hurts if you know based upon her tactics. The only time I heard my past did divorce 30 years ago, man. Are you talking about your dad? Get some cat litter. I mean, it's too late for that. It's 2 in the morning over here, and no, I'm not. No, I'm not in Allentown. I'm about 50 minutes away from Allentown. What you know about over here? The Five Empress. And Allentown is about 50 minutes away from me. I used to run in the snow. Makes you run faster. It does. It does actually make you feel like you run a little bit faster. But I enjoy the cold air, breathing in that cold air like that. I feel like my lungs expands more for some reason. I don't know. It just feels good. Once when you break that barrier of first cold on your face and skin like that. Trying to get back into a routine. I've been jacked up lately. I've got the equipment in my house. Yes, Mickey told Rocky, and I believe it was the first one. He told him, don't mess with the women's. It makes your legs weak. He told Rocky that. He's basically telling him, not basically. He's straight up telling him, don't be having sex because it's going to make it weakens your legs. It weakens your foundation. You need that for training. Yes. Yeah. Sports figures, the boxers use it. Muhammad Ali um would not have sex with his would be celibate during his training before fights. Mike Tyson as well. He's been noted to be on semen retention before fights and training. And training thoughts and feelings with people is a real thing. I've experienced it. Yeah, welcome. Symmetry says, started reading that book you suggested by Dan Millman, Body Mind Mastery. Yes, I love it. Talks about training the body and mind, definitely key when mastering detachment. Yes. I'm glad you tapped into that, Symmetry. Yes. That was one of the very first books that I read to really have that connection. Body Mind Mastery by Dan Millman. One of my first early on iPad downloads. That's a book that like I said, at one point, I was working at a juvenile facility, so having actual books around and didn't want people in my business to see what I was reading. So I would have, especially on the overnights, working overnights, double shifts sometimes. I would have my iPad and my book bag, and I would have my books in there. Well, not my books, but my iPad in there with certain books as well. But the main books I was reading was always on my iPad. I didn't want to. One, it wasn't too much lighting on overnight shifts. You had to have certain lights off. So having it on the iPad and having it lit up on the screen was better. If a woman cared about you and she didn't leave emotionally before the breakup. Men take longer to hit that. I'll take this one. I made my ex chase. I closed everything when we were done in months. Later, as soon as I joined a dating app, Holden offered to take me. That's crazy. Um, Calvin Dyer says, "Hey, peace. Now, what makes a woman actually chase a man, though? Let me ask the ladies. What would make a woman chase a man?" And you see that answer right there, Divine F Empress, is why guys, men, don't be chasing these women. Don't do it. Don't do it. And the reason why I'm saying that is that a lot of women will put men in these scenarios for them, for a man to chase them. I hear you. I hear you. For my guys that's in here, I don't know how many guys are in here right now. I hope you're seeing this. Times have changed. You chase a woman nowadays, you could catch a case stalking. There's a difference between playing with a man's feelings and wanting him to claim you. Uh, my guys, the reason why I'm saying this is because women will make men feel like they have something to prove to women. A lot of this is going on a vast scale. Men don't respect women who chase. I don't think so. See, the thing is that those are toxic women. And Octavia says, "What would chasing look like to you?" Um, man, I don't chase a woman if she doesn't want me. I move on to the next. Same here, brother. I was asking a question because I see men more so chase women. What I was saying was having to prove themselves to a woman and women taking that as courting, pursuing them. But when, let me not use the word chase. I just brought, when does it become when a woman pursues a man? That doesn't happen. It's always men having to prove that they can meet a woman's standard and not a woman actually having to meet a man's standard. Now, Divine F Empress has said men don't respect women who chase. Um, I agree, but in the pursuit of a man that you may want, how do you pursue him? Is it left up to him ultimately, all to him to pursue you? Or how do women, let me phrase this a different way, right? How do women pursue the men that they desire? A feminine woman wants a man to show in his interest in beyond sexual conquest. If she doesn't weigh 180, she ain't no. I hear you, Dad Smokes. I hear you on that, brother. Greetings from Greece. Shouts out to Greece. My name is Somo. I'm from Sweden, but I live alone in the mountains here. I started my community channel last week. Well, and good luck on your journey, Soma. And shouts out to Greece in Swedish. Women show interest and they in that they are open to him. You respond, you have graciously, you reciprocate their energy. Hmm. I understand too what you're saying about toxic women want a man to prove something. Yes. All right. I expose passion points, necklace. I wear a scent only for him. Okay. And Ava. I appreciate the like. I appreciate the love. Appreciate this Carmela, peace. It depends. Peace, Carmela. I'm laughing because Carmela is always in the shadows. It depends on the first eye contact, location, introductions, speak truth. If you want him, take leadership, full throttle. Okay. And Mark says, "Hello, brother. Peace, man." Uh, I agree. I agree with certain aspects of what you guys are talking about, as far as uh having those certain aspects about yourself and the guy that you're interested in and showing interest in him and the pursuit, right? I wear a scarf, blouse, that jacket. So certain things you would put on a piece to him to let him know visually, right? That, or not just visually, but using his senses, all five of His sense is to let him know like you are for him and you are interested in him and pursuing him. I get that. Greetings from Russia, Nasta says. All right, bet. Now, in the context that what am I doing? I'm talking to the people right now. In the context that you like Carmel was saying, right? It all depends on the environment, the introduction, first eye contact. If you find a man that you are interested in for the first time you're meeting him, right? And there's no entry point to all this, you wearing certain things around. I'm talking about first entry, you first meet a man, like Carmelo was saying. First eye contact, right? You look at him, you give him the eyes, right? All depends on the location. Introduction. Women, how are you introducing yourself to a man that hasn't introduced himself to you yet? Basically, what I'm saying is, all right, this is what I'm saying. Women, the few women are in the chat right now. What are some of your pickup lines to introduce yourself to a man? A man that is oblivious to eye contact, that can't make eye contact, because not everybody's so keen with eye contact or can get, yo, this woman is looking at me. She's staring, but I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. I don't know, he's not a man of many words, right? Women, how do you approach a man to let him know I'm interested in you and I want to talk to you? What are your pickup lines? Let's hear it. Are you willing to write the word? Um, I don't know, bro. I don't know all about that tree, man. It's a big ego game nowadays. The dynamic of men and women has changed because of social media. Yep, Zon, I know. Diane says, "Want to hear two jokes? If you pay attention, you will know if he's looking for a mate. Ask him out. Don't say too much. Speak on the environment. Yeah. My ex and I broke up. Yeah, ex. Mhm. Feminine energy is extremely powerful. The men you attract will depend on your uses of it. You're awesome coming to Russia and visit me. Oh man, thank you. I appreciate that. I would love to come to Russia too, for real. If I look at you, I like you, you know it. Mm-mm, mm-mm. You see, this is what I'm talking about. And this, my guys, are you paying attention? What is wrong with you ladies opening up your mouth and saying how you feel? This is what I'm talking about, chasing and pursuing, because this is when, listen to this. The women don't have pickup lines. Listen to this, Zon. You know how women say communication is everything? How do you communicate? By speaking, right? So from the rib, how I meet you is that I got to figure you out without you truly communicating with me what it is. I gotta determine off of you looking, staring, if I don't get it the first time, winking, smiling. If you look, then if you know, you know. No, I don't know. Hey, Nicholas, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate the donation. He says, play the video game. Play the video called Such a Beautiful Time by Nick Swint. I appreciate that donation, brother. Thank you. I love my women, but I can't really tell if you're just trying to giving me the eyes. I love women, and I love that they do what they do, right? If he follows my movement, if he doesn't look away, I speak as about his day, compliment his smile, his aroma. If he's participating in conversation, I ask, would it be possible for us to continue this? Okay, Carmela. I just want to say thank you for your kind words. I appreciate your wholeheartedly. Fear no one. And thank you for being in here in another live. Thank you. I appreciate you for listening. Listen, I'm not trying to be too hard on the women, but I just want y'all to know the guessing game starts at first contact with us. It's a guessing game for us. So it's a pursuit thing because we already have to play at the beginning a guessing game. Look at him, smile, chin up, nod, and say sup as you smile. I don't have to do much. I don't shoot my shot. I give him a hard with my attention. And divine empress, real ones, and a real dude, we don't. A real dude won't get a hard on from that. Let me tell you this, because I'm being honest. This doesn't come from arrogance. This doesn't come from a place of ego. When I step outside that door and I go multiple places, I get a smile and I get that look all the time. So I can get it from multiple women and phew, walk right past you because I'm used to it now. Attractive men are used to that type of exchange now. So by you doing all that is a common thing. Is this is why I'm saying all that. I'm gonna look at you. All right, but I've seen that before. Used to that. I'm tired of approaching based off of that. Y'all follow me? Women aren't doing anything different to show genuine interest in a man. So this is what I'm saying. Women, genuine interest in a man. I get it. You know, I'm gonna put it out here. Sorry to crack down on y'all like this, but may it be possible that it may be a little hint that you are scared to deal with the rejection because you women have rejected so many men and seen how other men have reacted. Now to put yourself in that place of seeing a attractive man, now you're in the shoes of the men that maybe weren't your type attractive but came to talk to you, rejected them. You see their reaction. Now that you're in a situation, this dude, he's standing there cold, used to that same attention, used to that same Just a little bit. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because I've come across women who don't know how to deal with rejection. It's not a pretty sight. So most women would rather, it is what it is, and I get it, but I think it's a little bit of scared a little bit. That's all I'm saying. There's a little bit of that. I don't want to be told. I'm not shy when it comes to approaching a manly man. He has no shortcuts, and neither do I. I like that, Carmelo. Yes, just take the 5% a date. Or cook Oh man, right? As you fear no one. Thank you. I appreciate that. Nah, but honestly, it's guys out there that are truly used to the looks, the stares, the signals. We get the signals. I'm not saying that, but a lot of guys are past the signals. A lot of guys are past the signals, and a lot of guys are done talking. A lot of guys are looking to be approached, to be truly desired, because we always have to lead with something. We can get the looks and stuff like that. We have to like you women based off of the looks that you're giving us. But now when it comes to us, what can we bring now to you? Are we worth? Do we have the standards to approach you and really talk to you? That's what I'm saying when it comes to us, the approach that we give, how we lead, everything. We have to put that out in the forefront for you guys to really reciprocate that back. It is never vice versa of a woman approaching with her game. It's always signals, the look, her adjusting herself, her playing with her hair and smiling and laughing and stuff like that. Men, we can't do that. We can't just sit up in your face and laugh, and we gotta have some game, right? I'm just saying. It'll be nice. It'll be nice a little bit. It's not ego. I don't have to try it, but if I'm giving you attention, you notice because I have to reject some movement. And fear no one says like because I'm a Latin woman. That's why I stay single. Brady Short says that's why he stays single. Yeah, I get that. Real women understand that the battle of the fittest challenges are for all. You don't get everything you want. The unknown is always scary. Turn off the lights then if you don't see. Well, I tell you what, it had all seen the videos about Black American lady who married a Nigerian Italian man. I promise I'm not full of myself, but I've been a working artist all my life. I'm striking employees. I walk into a room, it changes. I don't mean that really. That's listen. Some women will have to. s- This is what I'm saying. Some women are walking through life, never will never have to approach a man because they get that attention. Just the way the world is, honestly, right? Or on this side. On this side of the world, certain women, they will never have to worry about approaching a man because men approach them all the time. And that's cool. But what that does is doesn't allow that woman to truly pursue a man that she actually likes. Think about that for a second. Just think about it. Men are not good at rejection either, and I understand nobody likes it. Again, I'll smile, chin up, nod. Yeah, I get it. I'm gonna just call you Ad. Ad, peace. And he says, "Where you from?" Currently, right now, I'm in Pennsylvania. Yes, my obstacles are a part of life. Sooner, later, confidence is key. Stand your ground. Go for it. You didn't know him before, so it shouldn't be that much damage done. Don't allow the opportunity to pass you by due to fear. That's what I'm saying. Some women will never have to face, we're supposed to face our fears in life. Some women will never have the chance to face the fear of approaching a man that she's really attracted to because she has never been placed in a position of working her game. A lot of women, their game has just been being them and how they look, and how they can present themselves. And men's will be dogs, competing. Just saying. See, my thing is true confidence. I'm gonna say true confidence is going out there and getting what you want. Period. And I'll stand on that. All that game playing and having to figure out the signs and looks and all that other stuff. That's not confidence. I'm sorry. True confidence is going out there and popping your shit for real. Uh, Burger Sleuth says Jesus saves. He died on the cross to pay for our sins. He was buried and he rose again the third day. We all sin. Hell is real. Put your faith in him alone to save you. Hey, Burger Sleuth, where's Jesus's death plot and what does his headstone say? Please let me know this information since he died and was buried. Where's his burial plot and what does his headstone say? I'm not afraid of that, amigo. I have game and conversation for miles. Real shit. I'm naturally outgoing and I talk to strangers and women. Sometimes people respond well. Hey, listen, man. I'm coming after women a little bit, man. I'm just challenging y'all. That's it. That is it. I just want to challenge y'all a little bit. Jog your mind. So listen, honestly, for real, right? Because a lot of women, right, will talk about me and their soulmates or, find their soulmate, right? Listen, some women might have walked right past their soulmate because they were scared. You see, women won't admit this, but they could come across, well, some women do, right? They could come across a dude and be take their breath away, right? And get froze. And that happens with us men too. We'll see an attractive female and be like, damn, she fine as hell. I don't know. Be stuck, right? Women, you'll do yourself a disservice if you get stuck in that way of not knowing how to approach. That's it. That's it. Um, Brian, I was asking Burger Sleuth that, not you, Brian, but you say Jerusalem. What does his burial plot say? I saw, I saw my game, but have some wild stories. I eased my way into a brother's lap, pursued him, and I see you, Carl, I hear you. Divine F Empress says you don't have that problem. All right. And Jesus, it's not my job to figure women out. I was asking a question, and this is a topic that I wanted to talk about. It's not my duty to figure women out. I'm just giving a little advice to help the women actually out there in my own way. To be a little bit courageous to speak up instead of playing the guessing game with guys. Because at the end of the day, it's still a guessing game. Whether some would like to admit it or not and say that they're real, that they're straightforward, they love communication. That's not true communication. It's built off of a game. Sorry, I'm being honest. It is what it is. You take it or leave it, but I'm not here to figure out women. I'm still trying to figure out myself. Are you? I still got inner work to do, don't you? Me worried about figuring out a woman would be doing myself a disservice because I'm not a woman. I'm moving on. Jesus burial site. Bro said Jesus was buried. Where's his burial site and what does his tombstone say? And you felt that once in your life, divine empress? That's what I'm saying. That's crazy, divine empress. Um, you have to get out there and put in the legwork. I agree with, but straw strawberry cheesecake says hello, peace. Um, says Yeshua was here, but now it is my job. Okay, all right, if you think so. My job is to raise my son. By the way, Jesus John, since you want to be a smartass, it's not my duty to understand a woman. I got a child out here that I need to raise into a man. That's my job. Okay, one of many jobs. You know when they say when you have children, I'm a father first. Uh, yeah, not to figure out women, dummy. I feel like no one should have to figure out anyone. Verbal communication is key. Zon, you hear me, brother? I'm moving on, bro. Jesus, if you don't got no responsibilities out here, we got nothing to talk about. The tomb is at the holy, oh man, it is the most widely accepted burial site of Christ. The only, uh, it was crazy because I care for him, but his issues made. Okay, I got you. Yeah, you won, Jesus. You got it. I don't know what else. I already said what I said, bro. You know how many dudes out here got kids that understand women or don't understand women? You're not making no you're not making any sense, but you got it, bro. Fear no one says good night. Nice hearing your voice and seeing your face. I appreciate that. Fear no one, God. Forever. Thank you. You see the agents coming through? Nah, let them hey divine empress, don't get rid of Jesus John. Please. Please leave him in here. But yeah, you got it, brother. I can see that you're new here. Yeah, he's proud of himself, so let him have it. Let's give him a round of applause. He came to get a win. Nah, nah. All right, good. Yeah, he came to get a win tonight, so he got it. Congratulations. Tell him what his prize is. Tell him what he wins. Okay. All right, now let me get back to Brian Brian. Brian Brian, are you still in here? Because you wasn't even the original one that brought up Jesus. You're defending someone who still hasn't replied to what I asked him. So you came in and jumped in and said the tomb at the church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem is the most widely accepted burial site of Christ. Brian Brian, I'm gonna ask you this question. Have you been there? And I'm gonna ask you this question on top of that. Do you believe in Jesus or do you know Jesus? Oh, man. Rebuttal says, no, I don't. The universe is supreme. Is that that's crazy. Once again, ask, let me ask again if Brian Brian is still in here. Do you believe in Jesus or do you know Jesus? In rebuttal, that's a good answer. If we don't get the answer soon enough, then I'll just move on. 'Cause I'll seriously doubt that Brian Bryant stayed around for an actual talk about what he's saying about this. We don't know anything, and that's the beauty of life. Um, that's what I was trying to get to rebuttal, but I just wanted to make sure the person I'm talking to can receive that message. You know what I'm saying? Some people understand what some people can understand where I'm going with it. Some people don't, but people like that who just first of all, I wasn't even talking to him, and then he came in with the answer to someone else I was talking to. But I could see he left. He didn't really want to have a conversation. So um I'll leave it alone. I want to say I know Yeshua, but tell me your perspective on what the difference is. Um okay. Do you believe in Jesus or do you know him? Do you do you believe in your mother and father? Or did you know your mother and father? I'm gonna let you think about that for a second, guys. Divine Empress, not yes. Fear no one but God. You know him? You know Jesus Christ? Are you sure about that? You know him? What does he look like? You see, knowing is having knowledge. Knowing is the derivative word of knowledge. What knowledge do you actually have of Jesus Christ? They were physically around, so yeah. See, you guys aren't understanding. Believing is one thing. Let's do this. I'm gonna do this for you guys. Let's look up the word belief, right? In the dictionary. We'll get down to the bottom of it because believing and knowing are two different things. A lot of people say they believe. Your belief. What is your belief system? Not what is your knowing system. What is your belief system? So let's look up the word believe, right? Can we all agree to that? You have a belief system, right? Believing or believe is to accept something as true, feel sure of the truth, right? Got that. You have accepted something as true. That's what believe is. I believe that was him, I guess. With knowing, there is no guessing because there is knowledge behind that. Let's not divert from what I'm talking about here to ask me, so you believe in Jesus. And this is a new screen name in here, which means you are a bot. Let's not distract. Let's go to the next. Knowledge. So we got what belief is, right? Knowledge, facts, is the first word. Facts, information, and skills acquired by a person through experience or education. The theoretical or practical understanding of a subject. Facts. So Did you believe in your parents or did you know your parents? Do you believe in Jesus or do you know Jesus? Jean Jacques, Sakafet. Man. Let me go back, guys. I was doing some reading. He is tall, black, faded hair, slim. Is that a fact? Fear no one but God. Is that knowledge for real? Because there's been many questions about this Jesus figure, and I can pull up some pictures if you guys like while I got my iPad open to ask the bots and everyone in the chat which actually Jesus Christ figure do you believe in? Or you think you know? Or you can pose as you know, or whatever the case may be, but we can get down to certain facts. We could get down to the knowledge. I don't think we know anything about anything. We just have beliefs and theories beyond science, which every belief and idea has value. Jesus is just another deity. Yes, I believe he was. Okay. I feel like articulating is difficult. I believe in him. I feel like I know him, but I wonder if I truly do. If you have to wonder, do you actually know? Because when you're dealing with facts, there's nothing else to have to wonder about. It's fact. That's what a fact is. A fact is a fact. You stand on it. You have evidence with facts. You have information with facts. And and fear no one but God. If you saying that you felt it inside of you, um, that sounds like more of an emotion, like believing. Believing is something that you accepted as true, not actually getting down to the facts and information. But we can get down to the facts. Hold on, let me catch up to the chat. He spoke to me in my mind, answering thoughts back and forth. Okay. Divine F Empress, I'll be asking people the same thing. Was that actually Jesus? If Jesus exists for you, where the letter J come from? And Genie Jacques. Greek alphabet doesn't have letter J. I always say that, Gene. There are some stupid. The Ethiopian Bobia has a depiction of Jesus in less than 100 years of his life. King Constantine II created the Council of Nicene, 921. How come spirit? All right, hold on. Let me catch up, guys. Let's all. Yeah, Gene going in. I can't explain it. Ain't no chat, but I know what happened was facts. Okay. There's one reason why it's called faith. Why are we talking about this anyways? Um, I mean, it's a topic. The topic comes up, you go into it. Well, someone came into the chat and put Jesus stuff in here and say he was buried, he died, and all I did was ask, um, where was the burial site, and what does his tombstone say? Because when it comes down to believing that he died or knowing that he died, that has to be brought into play. So that's why I'm asking the question. Did you believe he died and was buried, rose from the dead and did it in whatever the case may be, and you believe that his burial place is, or do you know that he died and arose again? Octavia says, if you believe that scripture is accurate, then you view that as factual information. I do. Once again, Octavia, listen to this. You said, if you believe that scripture is accurate, if I believe, one thing about believing is that you have to accept it to believe it. Do we know that the scripture is accurate? You see, believing and knowing are two different things. To believe something, you have to accept it first. Knowing, you don't have to. This is the thing. The truth is truth. Whether you accept it or not, the truth will stand as the truth. That's why knowing is more important than believing, because believing means that you have to accept it. You don't have to accept the truth. The truth will always stand. Now, if you believe that the scripture is accurate, then you can view it as factual information. If you know that the scripture is accurate, which a lot of people don't know if it's accurate. Why? Because you have books that have been taken out, words that are manipulated in scripture. You have different versions of scripture. You have the NIV version, you have the KJV version, you have the what's the other version of the Bible? The new, you have so many versions of the Bible that you don't actually know which scripture has been manipulated or not. So let's be a little bit, just follow me here. All right. What is my favorite movie? The Last Dragon. I believe in Yeshua. Okay. I believe in Yeshua died for us, not the way they show us. Jesus real is the coming back, like a lot of Christians say. So many of them will be in trouble according to the Bible because of how they utilize his name for financial gain. Facts. Listen, a lot of people don't understand that the word Christ isn't just exclusive to Christians. Let me say this again. The word Christ is not just exclusive to just Christians in your Jesus Christ. Meaning, the word Christ doesn't just exist in Christianity. The word Christ also exists amongst other religions, like Christian, and someone I wanted to bring to the party, El Cristo Negro, for my Latin American folks out there. If there's any Latin Americans. El Cristo Negro. Does anyone know what El Cristo Negro means? And this is in Latin America too. It's not in Africa. This is not in somewhere in Pan Africanism dwelling in the US. This is in Latin America. I don't believe he died. I believe. Okay. Discovered then he shows his face. Oh, Fear no one but God says they don't believe that he died. I believe he's inside all of us, waiting for us to discover. Then he shows his face. I'm about to show you a face right now. You talk about God, but do you know God? I'm talking for reals. Do you know anything about God? I know a lot about God. Island Boy 333. Do you know God? Your profile name is based off of two homosexual brothers. You asking me if I know God? Come on, bro. El Cristo Negro. I'm gonna show you what I know about El Cristo Negro. El Cristo Negro refers to several venerated, dark-skinned wooden statues of Jesus in Latin America, most famously in Portobello, Panama, and Esquipulas, Guatemala. Maybe you look up some images as I catch up to the chat. Let's read from the Bible back 10 times and understand it with context, my boy. Um, I don't want to do that. I want to show you this picture of El Cristo Negro. Christ is the title. Thank you, Divine F. Empress. Jesus loves me. Well, I'm gonna tell you this. The Jesus that loves me, I hope he looks like this. I hope he looks like this. Hope he looks like this. Hope he looks like this. El Cristo Negro can be found in Latin America, Panama, and Guatemala. Has some sites where they worship a El Cristo Negro, a black Christ figure. Now, I don't know what Jesus Christ that you guys may be talking about, but there is a black Christ that is worshiped. Okay. Listen, once again, all that, uh, Octavian Star, you're right. I understand that. And I'm not saying it's anything wrong with believing or questioning anyone's belief. But I want the people to understand that it's a big, humongous difference in believing and knowing. We have a lot of people out here pretending to know like they know everything when they are actually believers. You have accepted something as true. That's your belief. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying you're wrong. Where people are wrong is that acting like they know. That's where we have people who act like they are holier than thou. They act like they are better than the next. And they actually don't have certain information that's very vital to the people of the universe. And once again, certain Christ figures, like Divine F Emperor said, the actual word Christ is a title. It's a title that was given to many different figures who held a certain regard in history. There are more than just ordinary fear no one. What exactly do you saying I know. What exactly do you know? I don't understand what you're saying that you know. Um it's not a fact he was black. You believe he was. Um did I say it was a fact that he was black? Somebody in the chat, please let me know if I ever said that Jesus was black. All I brought up was El Cristo Negro and brought to you the sediments of what they worship in Latin America. It is a they refer to their Christ figure as El Cristo Negro. I just brought out the knowledge of what they are worshiping, showing different Christ figures, or not even different Christ figures, but one of the Christ figures that is worshiped that just happens to be black. If you have an issue with that, then say that. Don't try to mix it up like I said something I never said. Once again, I'll say this again so that way you can hear me clearly. And if you don't get it, watch your own playback. I never said that. Number one, and even Divine F. Empress brought it up. The actual word Christ is a title. That's one. El Cristo Negro is a black Christ figure, just so happens is represented like Jesus hanging on a cross and stuff like that, that they worship down in Latin America. Are you going to go down to Panama or Guatemala and tell them that they are wrong for that? For worshiping a black Christ figure? Why would you tell them that? Is it because you believe the white Christ? Notice I said believe. Active listening is very key when you're on the internet listening to someone. Or if you're a troll, it's cool too. But it's very key to listen in. Oh, okay. All right, I got you, Octavia. All right, just making sure. Skin like burnt brass and hair like lamb's wool. Listen, the description, and they said, another thing is too, for all you ladies out there who you like your men 6'4" and all this other stuff. They say They say Jesus was a short man as well. He was like 5'5", 5'6". That's how they was able to get his little ass up on that cross like that. You can't get those 6'3", 6'5" dude up on no cross like that. Oh man, yo. So, and I always like to say this: if the actual never mind, I'm gonna leave it alone. I'm gonna leave it alone. Um, but the accounts that are out there, the actual accounts out there, Jesus wasn't a tall man. He was like he was like 5'5", 5'6", and it makes sense because that's how they were able to get him up on a cross like that. Makes sense. Listen, guys, for real though. All right. They like to embarrass our short kings out there, but Jesus is king, right? For real. All honesty, certain accounts they have a mark at that height. But for real, guys, understand this: the concepts that I'm talking about right now, right? Believing and knowing, right? Two different things. It's two different concepts. And I want to continue to beat a dead horse, but I want everyone to understand this because your belief can be strong. Once again, listen, I love words, wordsmith. I'm writing a damn book right now. So I like to go to my sources. I be in that dictionary as well, looking up certain words. And this concept I heard combing through the internet and had to really do my research and looking into the word believing. You have to accept something to believe, but having knowledge or knowing something is the actual fact. Whether you accept it or not, it will still stand as a fact. The reason why I'm bringing these, well, I brought this certain Christ figure and I'm been expressing this is because this shows you that you can believe something and a person on the whole other side of the world can believe something. This means that you have accepted something, the other person has accepted something. So we don't actually know. And a wise man truly knows he really doesn't know anything. Now, what we do know is that there's some type of Christ energy going on. And that's what Divine F Emperor, she jumped the gun earlier and she was like, it's Christ consciousness. I ain't want you to just jump. And I seen when you put that in here. And we always, say that too, right? But something that we do know is that there's a Christ consciousness. And all across the board, we can go into each and every religion. There's one thing that is always in common is that there is always a Christ figure. Can we agree on that? Yes. Is that a fact? Yes. What we really need to be looking at is the mindset of all these Christ figures to understand what these Christ figures all got in common. Great minds. And that's why it's called the Christ consciousness, because your consciousness is up here. It's a big difference between I believe I can have this and I know I can have this. Yes. Yes. Right. Right. It's a energy frequency. That's something that we can all agree on. Listen, we don't have to come to agreements in agreements to certain religions or whatever case may be. But when you look at certain things in religion and you understand the Christ figures that dwell within them all, you look at the mindset, parameters of knowledge is facts. Yeah. Yeah, and that's it. When are you going to address the yo? Yeah, some people are funny as hell. Whatever, bro. Talk to my lawyer, bro. Christ consciousness is physical proof of manifestation. God is substance. From the manifestation comes. What if the silence after the stream feels louder than usual? Yeah, I'm good. I had this stuffed pepper earlier. I haven't had a stuffed pepper in a minute. It was delicious. That joint got me burping a lot. All right, man. Imagine if one person in chat isn't typing, just watching. I mean, Jordan, it usually goes like that. It's cool. I've seen people talk about having one subscriber or one person in their live, and that's all it took for them to keep on going. So I don't really pay attention to the numbers for real. When I do look up, I look at how much time I've been up here. I don't care about how many people's in the chat because the chat can tell me one thing, and would you still stream if something moved behind you? All right, yeah, you're the agents. The American Association said that Crisco was healthier than lard and tallow. Was that a fact, or was it a belief? It was wrong, but people called it fact. Um, Octavia, the you said the American Heart Association said Crisco was healthier than lard and tallow. Was that a fact? Um, I mean, I don't want to get flagged for anything, but when you deal with the American Heart Association, the FDA, amongst other things that are government instructed or government controlled, right? They put things out there for the American people to believe and to accept. But what is your own body telling you? If you accept that information, right, then it's up for you to believe that. That's a man made fact. Man made that up, just like everything else. It's been put in front of you to believe. So, again, what are your parameters for something to be considered knowledge? This goes into skeptic philosophy. Yeah, fear no one. That's at least what the trolls can do. They gonna come up here and troll at least like the damn live stream if you want to do all that. What are the parameters for something to be considered knowledge? This goes into skeptic philosophy. Okay. What parameters would you like to lay down for something to be deemed knowledge? Crisco and lard and tallow? If that's the parameters based off of the American diet, when you come to do your own study on holistic healing and holistic dieting, we can compare the two and actually come to which is actually healthier based on holistic healing and what you talked about before with the American Heart Association. Holistic healing, we can go down a whole list of holistic foods and all that stuff that actually have a benefit to your overall health, correct? And I will assume with the American Heart Association, what they have constructed, like the food pyramid, they have even debunked it and said it is actual bullshit. But at one point, this was something that was put to us as a healthy diet, right? But you have to ask yourself the people behind putting this food pyramid together and this health association, American Health Association, that is all have to do with government funding and the government being behind it because they have an agenda. Are they actually going to give us knowledgeable facts, or are they going to be feeding us stuff based on the American diet and through the American Heart Association to have people in these hospitals that are built, to have people go see these doctors who have went to school for all these years and need the patients in these hospitals so they can everyone can be as healthy, right? Now, all this that I'm saying, right? I cannot prove any of this is actual fact, that they have corrupted the actual food pyramid. What they gave to us was actually a fact on how to follow this food pyramid for actual nutrition and to keep us healthy, right? But I have this book here that wasn't promoted by American Health Association or any whatever the case, whatever, right? This book is supposed to it basically talks about a holistic diet, basically for the most part a plant-based diet, right? And as we come to know in this society now, we have now been placed with the knowledge of if you more so tend to a plant-based diet, you'll be able to cure yourself with a lot of things, from a lot of things, a lot of diseases, ailments, inflammation, so on and so forth. So Octavia, I asked, then, so what parameters would you like to put in place to deem what's actual fact or what's actual belief and knowledge? Because I feel like the breakdown I just gave was pretty good based off what you brought up, right? I don't understand what else you want from me. There's a practice of actual uh putting up the Western diet and what we have been taught to believe what was healthy, and an actual healthy diet, like a holistic diet, that can be put up against that as to actually what is healthy. Facts, like nature, natural food that grows from the earth, right? Is that not a fact? We know that natural foods heals us, helps us. It's actual nutrition. What we were told to believe was that food pyramid bullshit was actual nutrition. Come to find out, we are dealing with cancer, inflammation, hypertension. A lot of people out here lactose intolerant, but we need dairy. Some people allergic to God knows how many things on that food pyramid that they can't eat or have trouble eating. Obesity we deal with in with the Western diet. So I don't know what else, to what other parameters can we go off of? Do you want me to explain the difference between belief and knowledge? You told her to believe something. We accepted it. Um, VLRN says, "Hey, bro, I'm on my senior retention journey. You inspire." I appreciate that, VLRN, man. Continue to stick close to the journey, man, and close to the channel. I got some more audios on the way. I might drop one tomorrow, to be honest. I'm gonna be snowed in for a couple days, so got a lot of work to do. That's the one question. Actually, there are none because a skeptic believes that our senses are fallible. This actually isn't about the Crisco specifically. All right. Um. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. Octavia. It's just an example of inadequacy in defining what and how knowledgeable can be quantified. Well, this is a thing, Octavia. You bring up a subject, and we can talk about that subject based upon how knowledgeable you and I are. Based upon that subject, we can talk about it. We can bring certain things to the table, speak on it, and see how much we have and can dwell on that. Once again, it's one thing to have an accuracy, I said the word before. Is one thing to say on how knowledgeable one can be, right? But if I can bring you reference, like this book that I read, or this book that I have, right? That actually talks about this is what this book says on the first, on just on the cover. Ancient African wisdom for health of mind, body, and spirit. That just isn't a food book. It is actually talking about wisdom. Where does wisdom come from? Knowledge. You see there? So it all depends on the subject. You brought up a subject of, you just happen to bring up Crisco and food and stuff like that. And that's where I went with it. But if I actually have a book on the wisdom behind what we're talking about and actual knowledge, you could bring up another example. And if there's a inadequacy within that, then we can go there. But in this topic that we did just talked about, there's a whole book on actual wisdom and knowledge behind what I just spoke on. Once again, you don't have to accept the knowledge on what I'm kicking, but the truth is going to stand how it stands, regardless if you like it or not. That's just how it's going to go. You can believe one thing, but where knowledge stands is going to stand forever, forever, and ever. Nothing is going to change this. That's the difference between believing and knowing. Once again, this book is ancient African wisdom for health of mind, body, and your spirit. It's not just talking about foods you can eat and recipes. It's talking about the actual knowledge of everything that has to do with your mind, body, and spirit. It's not a cookbook. Catholicism is the subject we talk about. And Song Joe says, "You wish you was getting snowed in with me." Ah man, that'll be a distraction, Song Jones, from what I gotta do. Why are you sitting in a dark room? I have this light on for my table set, and it is 3 o'clock in the morning, right? And when I come to do these lives, it is usually late, and I'm not sitting in a brightly lit room for hours and hours, because when it's time for me to turn this live off and go to sleep, I won't be able to go to sleep because the damn light would have been on for what I see 210 minutes. So I like to keep it dim in my house and keep it nice and calm. So when I am ready to turn this off and go to sleep, I don't have to worry about adjusting from lights, being up this whole time. And then sometimes the sun be coming up. So I'd rather sit in the dark because y'all don't got to deal with it when the light goes off and I'm trying to get some rest. And I like to move. Thank you. Eating you crazy. Wisdom comes from God living life through more knowledge. Yes. I was no longer posing questions. I was explaining what skeptic philosophy was. Okay. It's nothing skeptic about I don't know. I guess you got it. Can you tell me the author of the book? What is that? I got you, Zon. Author of the book is Dr. Watai Ashby. I know it's ran backwards, but Dr. Muata, first name, Ashby. Ashby. See, the thing is, Octavia, this is not to pick on you, right? To blindly believe in anything without actually doing your research and facts, fact checking, and getting real knowledge, you'll just be, you'll just believe anything that you're told. It's very important to read for yourself and research for yourself. So you can put a name on it and say that a skeptic or whatever case may be. Um, if you don't study to show yourself approved, anybody will be able to sell you anything just because it sound good. All right. And Octavia Starr says, okay, actually, the carnivore diet and the results that they're getting in clinical studies directly contradicts a lot of that. Octavia Starr, have you read that book though? To say that it contradicts all of that. Have you did a clinical study, Octavia Starr? And did you read the book? Once you just proved my point before I even got to it. You're willing to believe anything just in blind because you're told something and you actually didn't put in your own work to come to find out for your own self. Actually, this debunks that, and you never even cracked open a book. You don't even know what's going on. So that's what I'm done. Um, Song Jones, you always asking that. Sending love this live stream. I like comments and support as live streamer. Myself right now, I truly feel the grind. Respect the creator and everyone showing. I appreciate that. How to spell Mark. Appreciate you, man. Like it's an actual thing. Octavian Star. This is an actual thing you can read up on. This is the actual thing you can read up on. A physical book. All right. Comedic diet. Ancient African wisdom. You see, I'm African. So what works for a carnivore, a beast, right? Can work for that. I derive from ancient people. So what works for you in an animalistic way of eating may not work for me. You don't know that. It's not a fact. Okay? Do you see flawless skin, handsome face, nice beard? Some of it is from diet. Do you know how I eat? You know how some men are dealing with erectile dysfunction, some men are dealing with hair loss, some men don't know how to control their thoughts. Some men have a problem just getting on a routine of being disciplined. If you don't think all these things are connected, continue to do your search on the carnivore diet. See how you look at how carnivores live, and look out at how someone with balance in their life lives. And then we can come back and do an analysis on that with clinical studies. Let's do that. Listen, I'm not no scientist. I don't got no PhD. But you see, people are quick to disagree with someone like me because I don't have no credentials behind mine, but I live my life according to me and I know what works for me. That's why I have the balls enough to stand in front of you and say what I need to say unapologetically with no regard because I know exactly what I'm doing and what works for me. Whatever works for you, Godspeed. Good morning, OG Haas, man. Peace to you. Someone said ISIS. Oh man, here you go. Read what I wrote. No, I am on the carnivore diet. I lost 150 pounds. I reversed my diabetes. I have read books on vegetarian, vegan diets. I've read the material. Have you read that book that I just showed you though? I'm not asking about the material that you read. You saying that the carnivore diet debunks all that stuff. All that stuff in that book, you're talking in general. So, all right, that isn't a there's more than Dr. Sebi that's been out here putting in work. You see, you've read mainstream stuff. I don't have many mainstream books in my house. If any mainstream books I have, they're on either like Audible. I have audiobooks as well. I have real deal. So let me show you another book. I always like to show this book, right? Everybody likes to play like they know Christ, right? Does anybody have this book? Have you seen this book? Let's go back to let's go away from religion now. Like, let's go here now. Let's go back here. Everybody know Christ, right? Anybody seen this red book, Life of Christ? Someone asked me before, where'd you get that book from? If I told you how I got that book, you would not believe me. I did not buy that book. That book just fell into my possession. We'll leave it at that. A lot of people think they know things, but have you actually did a real study? Now, I'm not saying all that you did, um, Octavia, was you didn't lose weight and all this other stuff and this and that. Cool. You good. You got it. I stole it? Perhaps. I still got it. Come lock me up. Someone's gonna come lock me up. I still have the knowledge that's within that book. So Octavia, let's make this clear in one thing. That book that you haven't read, how can you say that whatever you have come across has debunked what's in that book, right? That's what I'm saying. That right there, it's not a good argument to make. That's why I keep on coming back to you to help you understand what's going on here, right? It's okay. Whatever you did or whatever you've been through is cool. Whatever other books and research that you all right. But what's on the mainstream is on the mainstream. How can you say what's on the mainstream debunks something that you haven't come across? Eating, bro. Again, though, not the point. All right. Sometimes, yes. Yes, the Bible is symbolic. And Octavia says, again, though, not the point. But all right. I made my point. It might not be your point because you don't agree with it. And that's the thing. Like, I made my point. I'm pretty clear on my point. If you don't get it or you don't understand it, it's pretty simple. And I'll go back to this again. There's a difference between believing something and knowing something. Okay? You can't refute that. Look up in your dictionary what believing is and what knowledge is. It's all you got to do. I didn't make it up. See, the thing is that you won't you're having a hard time conceiving the point because you don't know certain things because you were taught to believe something and believing ain't the same as knowing. Don't come at me as the messenger. Go after the message and research. The first thing you need to do is look at your dictionary, look up the word belief, then look up knowledge. That's it. Good night, Song Jones. Peace to you, love. I'm sorry you aren't getting it. It's okay. It's what am I not getting? Octavia, listen. I know how to read. Go read the definitions. But go read the dictionary. Go read the dictionary. That's all I got to say to you. I'm sorry. Listen, I apologize if you don't know Jesus because this is where it started. I'm sorry that you don't actually know him. All right? You believe in him. That's not the same as knowing him. And that's where I'm going to leave it at. That's my point. And for anyone else in here that is struggling, for anyone else that is struggling to come with terms with that, then that's a you problem. It ain't me. It says in your dictionary what believing is, and it says in the dictionary what knowing is. If you aren't ready to conceptualize that, then that is a you problem. Hey man, and I pray for you struggling. For real, for real. Because I can see that hits people's spirit for real to tell them that they don't actually know something. It hits different. I know. I understand. I get it. So I'm here. If you want to take it out on me and make me feel like I don't know what I'm talking about, it's not going to work. Go read the dictionary, look up the words belief and knowledge, and have a good day. That's it. Let's move on. I read the definitions of both earlier, and there's two separate definitions for both words. If you're not willing to hear out, you need to go do something. You need to go do something else. Yeah, it triggers them. I know. I understand it, and this is why I do the live stream. I'm courteous enough to be here as the vessel to talk you through it. I'm willing to talk people through it to give them different concepts and aspects of just trying to free your mind. But then it becomes a me thing. Oh, I'm this, I'm that. No, 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 no. I'm only going to be this and that for but too long. Listen, man. Charles Xavier says to cure ignorance is to question. Yeah, that's funny, Olaf, bro, because that's funny. Says bro is Morpheus. Listen, that's my duty, bro. And that's it. Octavia, moving on. Moving on. Lance Mate says, God bless. God bless, man. And I know that Christ consciousness is real because it helped. Once again, when you go across all religion, they all have a Christ figure. Those Christ figures have that mindset. Facts. That is a fact. Uh Raging Fire, I like that, says triple nines or triple sevens. I like the triple nines. Nine is number completion. Whether it be ending or a beginning. Yes. seven is a seven is a god number two, not just nine. Why am I looking so scary? I'm chilling. I don't mean to look scary. If I scare you, then it seems like you need to. 222 is love. You know what's crazy? Lance, why you put that in here, bro? Ah, man, bro. I've been getting that quadruple twos for the last past 2 days. Not just triple twos, quadruple twos. So Lance, Mate, I don't know what made you put that in here or why you put that in here. I don't like that. Oh man, bro. That's crazy. Donovan Valentine says in the dark look like the boogeyman. Hey, listen, man. People call on you or call you out. It gets spooky. It gets spooky for real. 666 is a God number as well. Um, yes, yes, it is. I was about to say all the numbers are, God and the angel numbers and all that talks to us through these numbers. So technically, all the numbers are God numbers in a certain aspect, but certain ones do hit different. But yes, absolutely divine. Six protons and six neutrons, six electrons that make up a man. For sure, for sure. Look like Nicolas Cage. Rage of Fire. I told you I was using. And hey, Donovan, man, I appreciate the compliment, man. Thank you. But guys, 666. Yo, Olaf, chill. I can't show that message, yo. That's crazy. 666. And have a good night too, Lance. Don't be so afraid of that number, guys. It ain't that serious. It was told. Oh man, bro. You see, Divine Vipers, I gotta go here with it. People have been told to believe that the number 666 was something evil. But when you actually do your homework and gain the knowledge of numbers, numerology, science, your 666 is actually six protons, six neutrons, six electrons, the makeup of man. Man referring to the beast, but those actual particles are linked to the God particle called melanin. The blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. So yeah, and once again, I'm not trying to do this to beat a dead horse, but once again, another example. I can't get away from it. I could not say that any other way but that. Trying to move on, but when it comes back around, right? Makes sense. And my jit, man, peace to you. Oh, damn, that's crazy that you just asked, bro. I've been saying this along the live stream, my jit. 3 chapters in, bro. 3 chapters written already. Thank you for asking, bro. Non-humans have a nucleus of their DNA that's sulfur. It's a nucleus that's not alive. Mm, man, low root of ayahuasca. Now I'm dancing with the man. Raging Fire MC says I can go live now. That's great. Ah man. Has anybody I'm about to get off soon, guys. But before we get off, because I just seen and hold on, before I get off, I'm gonna switch over to Neanderthal. Y'all. I was just about to ask that. Hold on. I was just about to ask that, Olaf. Because I just seen somebody bring up the 4D. Anybody know about the 5D? Nah, thank you. Um, Anybody know about the 5D? The path of the righteous is okay. Emphasized by the inquisitives of the selfish and the irony of evil men bless is who, in the name of charity, goodwill, shepherds the weak through shepherds the weak through the valley of darkness before is truly his brother's keeper and the founder of lost children. Number in the book, 5D. Those are all. Yeah, Divine Empress. I'm about to get off soon. Well, in the next 5 minutes, 2 minutes, maybe 7, 4:15. I'll get off my time. But I appreciate you moderating in here, Divine Empress. Thank you, love. I appreciate it. Man, I'm sorry to hear that, Raging Fire MC. 5D. It's very interesting to me. Once again, I don't want to put all out on my business or whatever. Um, it's funny how the universe works and where the universe places you in life to experience certain things on the mental level, physical level, and then the physical level, the mental level, and the spiritual level. And when it gives you, when the universe gives you opportunities to see things from different angles and being able to surf through different dimensions, have that experience is very unique. You don't take it for granted. And I don't want to overshare, but through my life and where I'm at right now and what I'm going through right now, it's always made sense. And for context, I like Donovan Valentine. I like to tell people if I didn't say this earlier, but the Fine F Empress actually came back and put the scripture in here. If you're gonna drop like your verse in here to share, um I I like for people to actually put the whole, not the whole book in verse, but if you're gonna reference a verse, please put it in the chat, not just the book and the, you know, the numbers and stuff like that. Put it out there so either the chat can read it or I'll read it out loud for the chat. Tweet is happening. That's cool, man. I don't, but yeah, being placed in a certain spot, um, being able to experience certain things, go through certain life experiences, is the reason why I ask people about the 5D. Because it is a shift. And if you have gone through certain processes in your life, especially spiritually, um, whatever levels you'll go through, there's always new devils. And I just wanted to share that with the people before I left out. Give some awareness to those who have came in. Coming into this space, new levels, new devils, I've had the opportunity to not just monetize my channel and my content, but now able to come live and talk to the people of the internet. And good or bad, agents, trolls, or whatever the case may be, I'm grateful for having to ultimately have this platform and get to share my experience, some of my thoughts and mind power with the people and the people that come along and are able to catch these lives for real, for real. Wherever you come from, whatever your agenda is that's coming on here, I appreciate you for real. Without you, all this wouldn't be possible. You did. Now, can you tell? Jazz, what's up, Jazz? How you like it, baby? We've been here the whole time. Just want to just sit back and listen. I'm in and again, the advice and knowledge you gave is superiority. Jazz, I appreciate you, Jazz. You've been in here the whole damn time, for real. She said, what do I like on my bagel? Somebody earlier in here was like, it was gross a little bit. They said bagel with cream cheese, bacon, and jelly. And I told him, I said, listen, if I don't know about that. I don't eat pork anymore, so I don't even know what type of bacon you're talking about. But bacon and cream cheese and smoked salmon is good. And I like everything bagel. And if I do put jelly on my bagel, it's just regular jelly with cream cheese. Not with no other products on it. But Being that I've been putting on weight, been in the gym, more active, putting on muscle. I keep on saying putting on more weight, but been putting on more muscle. Um, Bagel, cream cheese with a slab of salmon on that joint. Smoked salmon. Delicious. And I appreciate you, Jazz. Thank you, love. Yeah, we got it. Isn't that funny? How was that funny with the trolls? I try to avoid the trolls. I had some, you know, had OG Kicks in here earlier. He did, and then Divine Vipers. She been in here holding it down. Golden Bulldog says, and thank you, LJ21 says nice tea. Thank you. Says, hey bro, you from the South, ain't it? No, I ain't from the South, man. I'm from the East Coast. I sound like I'm from the South because I'm sleepy. Jesus loves you. I hope you have an amazing night. Toxic absence. Thank you. I said earlier, I sure would. Thank you. I'll just leave it alone. Thank you, man. Ripple effect. Drop level. Stagnant water in waves. You eventually ripple all the way around the pole. Oh, Golden Bulldog. That's what you heard. He said fried smoked salmon tastes like ham to me. Yeah, I never had fried smoked salmon. I get the packaged smoked salmon. You know the ones that basically like thin strips. That's the one I like to put on my bagel. And OG Hodge, man, peace to you, brother. And stay up. Hope to catch y'all maybe in a couple hours. I might come on later tonight. Or later tonight, I should say. Yeah, the trolling usually goes up when I be trying to get up out of here. Roses. Oh man. Block trade, that's crazy. Savage, man, peace to you in Australia. Yeah, I'm not reading all those hidden messages. Have a good night, LJ, man. Divine Empress. He said you fried at home. Now I eat that junk. The sliced one, I eat that junk raw. It's basically ready to cook already. The smoked salmon that they sell. It comes in a package. It's packaged up. Then the other night I had sockeye salmon. That I had to cook. I had baked that. You can't eat that junk raw like that. Lucifer doesn't want Donald Trump afraid he might try to take over hell. Damn. Jazz, if you're still in here, have a great night. Divine Empress, once again, I appreciate you for moderation. Yes, it's smoke cured. Yep. So yeah, there's no cooking. I've cooked it before, like just put it in the pan real fast just to cook it. But when I have it on my bagel though, or most recent, I just skip that part. But yes, Divine Vipers, appreciate you again for moderation. You have a great night, sis. I appreciate you. Everybody else, hope to catch y'all in the next one, man. We got trolls. Y'all welcome too to come back. When they come in, we show the red book, Life of Christ. My best friend, somebody has the book. He lets me read it when I go and check him. Yeah. That's what's up, Jazz. Yep. Listen, that book fell into my hands. But guys, I appreciate you. Continue to read, Jazz. Continue to read that book. Good night to everybody. Oh yeah. Hope to catch y'all in a couple hours. All I said with love and peace.